Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第300天。It is day 300. We finally made it. So after this lesson, this session, we're gonna try at least for maybe a solid 3 hours-ish to cover where I'm gonna be working on or have been working on moving into the, I guess, the anniversary, right? Past the anniversary. I've been actually taking a bit of reflection, calculating and extending out the Wanikani and HanziHero. I think ultimately I'm probably gonna matriculate these guys into next year. Looking at the current schedule and whatnot, it will be a little under 2 years for both of them, right? That does mean that there are quite a lot of things that I planned that would still need to be juggled with these two. That means those things are not going to move forward at the pace that HanziHero and Wanikani is going to. So it's gonna get a little bit rocky and we're gonna have to experiment with things. But for now, we still have November and December. We're trying to transition out of this very narrow type of practice, right? And then into maybe a little bit more of a dynamic environment. Something where I continue to create more, leaning closer to create than practicing. Verbatim recalling stuff. More on that in a bit. Yesterday was a bit bumpy. So we had Sha. Oh, wait. I don't want to talk about why I forgot summer. I have no recovery from that. That's a big disappointment. It's an oopsie daisy. And then we have Sheng. Sheng is going to be attached to Sheng, which is a voice. This is holy. We paired these guys up yesterday. And then Qi. Xi. We paired up with Gui. Gui. Shuai with Shi. Or no, Shuai with Shi. Commander. And Xiang. Xiang with Xiang. The other Xiang. So we're talking about this Xiang. Detailed. Alright. Bad, not bad. Get into our lessons.
删除
Shanchu. Delete and eliminate. Still delete. Can we use eliminate? No. Interesting.
删除笨拙
Benjuo. Stupid clumsy. Benjuo.
笨拙 秉持
秉持 being what was it? Grasping 持 support 秉持 so to grasp and support. Oh, uphold. That's kind of neat. I like it.
秉持淮河
淮河 oh there's that 淮 oh my gosh dude 淮河 that's face value right there
淮河
淮河
删掉
删掉 delete it's interesting to drop delete and drop
删掉
okay
删除
删掉
删掉
right
笨
笨
拙
拙
淮河秉持
秉持 alright next
秉
one
公
秉公 interesting grasp the public yeah okay so you're like grasping the public's interest instead of public interest so justly impartial with justice okay gong has a bit of justice actually
秉公
秉公 partially
毛孔
毛孔 a fur a fur hole yeah that's interesting a pore I was thinking more like a mo but that's kind of funny oh wait yeah or hair would be like a that's funny a pore interesting yeah like a hair pore is what I'm thinking of when like a mao kong that's kind of humorous
毛孔
mao kong
尖
Jian treacherous oh you kind of look like a gun though mixed with the nu so we got nu gun jian what is the closest jian that has a syringe no most of them are kun or gun even hun or hun was the most recent Jian really wow you look not like a Jian this can be a problem actually female or women Jian yeah no this one's rough this one doesn't look quite it Jimmy Neutron is in front of the pawn shop where he is dealing with a treacherous woman, a former employee who is trying to stab him with a syringe for refusing to let her into the pawn shop. Jimmy runs around wishing he didn't have to deal with a treacherous okay maybe like a treacherous female scientist or something to make it Jimmy right we're gonna talk about all of these things in today's 300 review treacherous official Jian like a civil servant Jian Jian serf what is Xin Chen Jian Chen and traitor to China oh okay Han Jian I think this might be used in a different context too. I saw this before in a casual conversation. I didn't realize like it kind of escalated, but I don't know if it's used in a different way too.
尖
Treacherous.
绝
Okay. Jie? Another Jie. It looks I can kind of see the jewel, sort of. No, wait. No, this is wild. That's a lot of mountains, though. To rise abruptly. Julius Caesar is inside the electricity plant, which he has decided to conquer. He places a flag in the middle of the electricity plant, and the ground below it suddenly rises abruptly into a huge mountain. What an awesome omen. All the electricity plant workers rise abruptly to their feet and hail their new Caesar. That's kind of cute. I'm okay with this. I think this will be sufficient. Let me guess. Qi. Yep. 崛起. Rise abruptly. Pretty good.
绝
Yeah. 崛起. I might lose it abruptly in some cases.
行
Hung? Why do you look like a gong or a hong mixed with the ta? Oh my goodness. Kang? Let me see. Hung? Nah, this one's gonna be. To carry on the shoulder, wait, is this gonna be mixed with kan dan or dang kang? It's probably dang kang. Kan dang. I think kan dang kind of sounds alright, and this character seems a little more pleasant on the left. I mean, aesthetically. We're talking about aesthetics here. The carry on the shoulder. It's 2 carries on the shoulder. The other one is also carry on the shoulder. And Bay would be carry on the back. Kermit the Frog is inside the chapel. Alright. Where he is helping them with some renovations. Alright. On point. He carries on the shoulder a huge crossbeam as some priest directs him where to put it. He also carries on his shoulder a little holy finger that also points where a strong puppet. Maybe just grasping the crossbeam, right? It's fine. It still writes itself. What? To shoulder a gun? They didn't even combine both the carry to shoulders? I'm a little disappointed. Maybe it's too redundant. Anqiang, of all the things, to shoulder a gun. Alright.
扛
Missed opportunity.
秉公 肩
This one can be a little tough. This one can be a little tough too.
绝
Oh no, rub that roughly.
扛
I lost it.
毛孔
Alright.
咽
Yin. We have one extra vocabulary. Character today. Yin throat. And we've got all the body parts. All the body parts. Throat. Yoshi's in front of the pawn shop where he's trying to put a big second hand. Oh, that does look like yin actually. Even yin, it kind of looks more like yin. Where he's putting a big secondhand object into his mouth. I mean, that sounds like Yoshi. Kind of sounds like Kirby too. He succeeds, but he can't swallow it down his throat. That kind of sounds like Kirby. It gets stuck halfway until he coughed out the big object, spitting it out with his throat and mouth onto the patchy. I mean, that sounds like do. Do we get the other one? Yin Ho. Yin Ho. I don't recognize Ho, which also means throat. Amazing.
Yin
Okay. It's the pair of
Geng
dedicated. Fire is very inconsistent at the moment. Like my results, fire pretty inconsistent. And it's accompanied by none other than a body part. Gandalf is in the basement of the English Manor where he's defending all the ancient statues. English Manor? Okay. He sits there with his staff and he is so dedicated that fire surrounds him and does not deter him from moving a bunch. Instead, he fights the fire with dedication, throwing magic hobbit ears. And it slowly extinguished the fire, proving that he was the truly dedicated. I don't think that requirement is. It's fine. Like, he surrounds himself in fire and maybe like keeps his ears peeled, you know, for looters and whatnot, intruders.
Geng
You don't have to start throwing hobbit ears everywhere.
Xu
She. He could even make floating ears for all I know, you know. Conjuring floating ears is fine too. She. Rising sun, really? 9 and sun. Professor X is in the bathroom of the house on the pot. On the pot. On the wall is a lame picture of the rising sun with a single sun. Professor X closes his eyes, concentrating, and then bam, the picture suddenly has 9 different ugh, yikes. I mean, we're just gonna have to take it. I don't. This one is kind of very limited. Sure, rising sun. Thought it might use yan or yan, maybe tai, like tai shi or something. Big rising sun. Or shi yan. It's not.
Xu Shi
Sure. That kind of looks like sure. There was another gator, right? We're talking about the pool situation. Sure. Closest sure. Or pool. Listen. Now he has a bow. Charlie Brown is inside the living room of the house trying to loosen up his joints. He holds a bow while his pet alligator pulls on the other end, allowing him to loosen his muscles. Afterwards, he lies on the couch fully loosened up. What in the... Alright, we're rewriting this though. Charlie Brown is inside of his house. Unfortunately, somehow he finds himself equipped with a bow but can't use it while being chased by an alligator. I'm just gonna say like got loose. It's not quite the same thing, but or unfortunate. To become laxed. Oh, Fei Chu, really? I thought it might have been like Lan Chu with lazy, mixed lazy to loosen. The Fei Chu. Interesting. Discard.
10 苏
So shortbread. That's awfully specific. Shortcakes. Superman is in front of the house baking. In front of the house? He has used his super strength to move the oven to the middle of the lawn so he can enjoy the super great weather. He gets some fresh grain stalks and processes them with his super strength into a bowl, mixing in a bottle of butter as well. Then puts it in the oven. He's making shortbread, his favorite pastry. He uses his laser eyes to heat up the oven, and I mean, the shortbread is super good and each of the shape of the nest. Alright, I got you. I'm okay with this. Pineapple cake. 凤梨酥. Oh yeah, one of the things you added to your routine are crosswords in French. There was a website, okay, Linguno, that has daily crosswords in various language, and it's been fun. The English, French, German, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, and interesting, Brazilian and European Portuguese. I think there are some people who use like Wordle or as well in the different languages. Wordle has that support as well.
苏
Ooh. Shortcake. Yak.
烟
Second throat. This one's questionable.
梗
This one's also questionable.
苏
Questionable.
序 10
This one's fine. Is it? No, it's kind of questionable too. That's quite a lot of questionable things.
爬
Oh wait, we have extra characters today. No, we have 6 extra characters. Oh no, is this gonna happen again? Oh, Pa. You look more like a Ba mixed with the Pa. Rack up. Break up. Ooh. Break up. Patrick is inside the auditorium where he's trying to rake up some fingers and fins that are scattered. He uses his own finger to rake up those things into a pile. Okay. We can use 8 here, which is what I did before. The fins? Nah, fins. I mean, maybe the premiere of SpongeBob or something, or one of the movies has some fins and fingers. Pickpocket. Basho. Wake up and Basho. Really?
爬 红
Hong? Oh no. I feel like I have another Hong. That also means great. Right? Hong Hong. No. Wasn't it this? I swear this is Hong too. Which also, it means grand. Hold up. Grand or great too. Yes. Oh, I forgot the I might have forgotten a stroke. Interesting. Also great and grand. Harry Potter is inside the temple where he's showing off to all his monks how great his magic once it is again. He grabs the elbow of one of the monks sitting in front of the altar and casts a spell with his wand. Poof! The elbow turns into a bow that is still attached to the arm of the priest. Or the monk. Monk. Harry Potter thinks he is so great, even his monk think his magic powers are great, even if Harry Potter is a bit rude for casting a spell without consent. Okay. To carry forward? How does that get Hong Yang? I don't even know what Yang. Better have something to do with carrying.
红
Or like being responsible. Like to be a carry? In a way?
巨
Another G. Only this time with fire. That does look like a G. Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the house, fighting a miniature mecha in the bathroom with a torch. He puts the fire of the torch under the mecha's arm, melting it as it's made. It's like, yikes. It does help. Torch? I think this is okay. Despite the mecha thing. I think it's more like fueling the fire. I don't know. Fueling the fire of his mecha would be a bit more. 火炬 makes sense. 火炬手 torchbearer. I got you.
巨会
Wait, grass? So like 草会草 会 yeah 草 what the grass? The Hulk is in the bathroom of the beach house by the bay where he is growing a bunch of grass in a bathtub. The soil is a bunch of sand he got from the beach, and the grass he grows is some sort of beach grass. He even put a little fence around the grass and a cross which says the Hulk's beach grass. Oh boy. I think we'll let this slide. Oh, it's just coupled with a Hua Hui. Really? Huh.
会炸
Ja. Oh. What in the world is that supposed to be? Slice? Slice? Or sluice? What the heck is a sluice gate? Oh. How do you pronounce? Learning English words. Sluice. Yeah. I took juice. Sluice. A sluice gate. Okay. The floodgates. James Bond is inside the lobby of the auditorium, which has flooded. He runs up to the balloon door that has a sluice gate attached to it and shut it so that the flooded water stay outside of the lobby. Interesting. He rides on top of an armadillo and goes around shutting the other. Maybe like a mechanical armadillo, like a techie armadillo. Oh, with it today. I'm a bit tired. 床甲. Wait, is that like ship? Oh, canal lock. Really?
闸
Sluice gate. Oh boy.
爬 红 闸
This can get way out of control
Wait.
fast. These ones are really rough. Oh, they require 2 or 3 extra steps. All right. Kind of feeling the fatigue right now. All right. Oops.
视频
视频
他上传了一个新视频，
video. Dang. 冰箱
冰箱
从冰箱里拿一罐啤酒，
What? Oh, that's just refrigerator. What am I doing?
墨泥
Not like this. It deals with oh, maybe what we're gonna do.
伤亡
战争造成了许多伤亡。
Heck, oh, whoops. That's that's a hybrid. Heck. Hmm.
帮忙
我真想帮忙。
吓人
那个动物发出了吓人的吼叫。
It's just annoying or frightening. Oh, okay. Should have went with frightening.
忘
That's not good. That one's very weak.
本子
这是我的本子。
Hmm. Really? Oh.
河谷，
河谷里有条小路，
喝，
Wait, do I? No? No. I don't know what that is. Uh,
赔偿，
我们要求赔偿，
or compensate, yes.
稿子，
你看过我的稿子吗？
生，
Oh, I have no idea.
塞，
Pretty sure this is
吉利，
他认为8是个吉利的数字，
auspicious, yes.
西，哦，撸，榜样，
老师是学生的榜样。
oof. I felt that one. 今年他的夜 something 不错。Oh, 夜睡 No? Heck! Something dealing with Oh, 业绩 业绩 Oh, it could be 业绩 like business accomplishments. I'm gonna say
变，业绩，
今年他的业绩不错，
I can't spell frightening.
亲吻，
妈妈亲吻了孩子的额头，
玉，
I can floaties. I can inflammation.
毒剂，
铅是一种毒剂，
Uh-oh. Wait. Hold. Hold. Hold.
讲师，
我听不到讲师，
Okay.
土匪，
村民害怕土匪，
What incarnation? Is that Kun?
期刊，
这期刊有很多有趣的内容。
No, no, no.
山崩，
大雨过后常常会发生山崩。
Like a dream catcher.
歌，
No. Oh no.
纲领，
纲领。
他们制定了这个纲领。
Or program, yeah, fair enough.
捐款，
我们需要捐款帮助贫困的孩子。
知识，
我想吃芝士。
Heck? What is... What? What? I don't know about that one. What the heck? I don't, what is this trying to do? Oh, okay. No, we're just gonna be bypassing transliterations. Mac and cheese. I don't know what. I don't understand what that means. Ta.这个月常常 Oh. It's kind of like slack off, I think.
虚，
要
手舞足蹈，
他在派对上手舞足蹈，非常开心。
Oh. It's kind of hard to like dancing with joy. Okay. I'm just like dancing with hands up. It's like dancing with joy. It's what I was trying to picture.
白兔，
魔术师手中拿着一只白兔。
天，
What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing.
黑熊，
黑熊喜欢吃蜂蜜。
粉红色，
粉红色，
粉红
他开一
色。
辆粉红色的车。
ピンク色。ね。吃什么？吃。哦，吃亏。
吃亏，
我们不能总是吃亏。
Oh no.
雅，
Okay. Oh, not this time.
笋，
Puffin is so identifiable. I'm feeling. Mm,
摸鱼，
他这个月常常摸鱼。
yeah, it is like a. Oh, yeah. I don't think that's sure. Yen? It's not xian. Heck. Hmm.
虚，
I don't remember this. It's different than yield, but we might as well use bend. We're gonna add yield. Like to bend or relent. Yield. Bend. Feel like恩人
恩人，
我们一定要报答恩人。
耕，
我 heck
害虫，
苍蝇是害虫。
parasite 害虫
忙，轻舟，
他们坐在轻舟上欣赏风景。
补丁，
你的软体需要更新补丁。
Let me think about that one.
屋瓦，
屋瓦可以保护房子。
I can ting.
晴，
Oh boy. Oh, is this like ting or and oh no. I don't know.
乃至，
它的影响遍及全国，乃至世界。
even to even Even if, like, to this extent, to even and even. Yeah. I'm just gonna keep going with that. It's to the extent of. Swinfins and Bill. This is before Valley was a thing. I thought it was. Okay. Right. I don't. Oh, wait. Oh, this feels kinda very suck. I kind of changed these radicals a little bit. I think the mnemonic still follows the Swinfins and lacking Swinfins. Okay. What?
兵级
丁级通常是初学者参加的等级。
I know it's over. Is it the other way around? Hmm.
轰动
这部电影引起了轰动。
Oh, wait. It's not that. It's not that. No, it's not that. How come I can't? Oh no, it's not that either. Hang on. Yes.
Twin
And what was twin? Wallow? Okay. That's not good. That's rough. Whoa, wait. That's a typo. Something woman, woman 意见不同，意见不同，我们嚷是 No, that's not it. 嚷嚷是朋友。Yeah, I still think it is. I don't know.
静默，
静默是金，
静默 silence
休学，
他决定休学1年去旅行。
Oh, it's neat. That's a typo. What are you supposed to be? Second cartoon.
十，
What the? Where is IT gun?
《很累，
你看起来很累，
底线，
我们必须坚守底线。
实施，
你们实施了这些改变吗？
Like establish, carry out, implement. Okay. Oh no, I know what it is. It's really completely unrelated.这次事件图什么都什么沟通的重要我 don't actually know what the last thing. I want to say sing, but huh. Why can't I think of something that is convex? Oh, come on. I thought it was like
凸显
oh it
这次
is.
事件凸显了沟通的重要性。
Oh, it is Tusia. Or like become clear. It's like become easy to understand or show clearly. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Tusia. I don't know why I think that's true. So it's got to be the left thing that I'm not, right? It's the left thing. Oh boy. In living room. It's neither Ren or Chen. This one's kind of a little weirdo. At least I think. There's no chance for this one. Wall. Okay. Yeah, there's absolutely no chance. Oh yeah, bedroom. Dang it. Yeah, there's absolutely no chance that I was gonna get that. Wall is to lie down. Yeah, I can't remember. We have to fix that. I thought this might be I don't know. I think this one is Hmm. X. No, I don't think there's a chance for this either. Yeah. Desire. It was gonna happen eventually. Couldn't get it. We anticipated this 2 months ago. So didn't last long enough. Guess we're gonna change it up a little bit there. Largely because we're gonna update it to lack as opposed to a bill. Yeah, the bill is supposed. Yeah, that one sucks. It's just sucky. I'm like thinking about what I have and. What?
丢失，
我丢失了我的钱包。
前夫，
她的前夫很有钱。
放映，
今天有多少场放映？
What in the world? Hong Ying. Cool. Oh. What?
卧室，
我常常在卧室里休息。
有，
Or like this, I guess.
欠缺，
这部电影欠缺深度。
Oh, this is like showtime. Or showing, yeah.
厄瓜多，
我从未去过厄瓜多。
Oops. Man, I really thought silver postage was. G. Something's not right. Oh, it's G? That's fine. I didn't learn it. He's not at his door, he's approaching the door. Fair enough. I'm okay with that.
不朽，
这是一件不朽的艺术品。
Oh,
秃子，
他是一个秃子，但非常有魅力。
玉，
we'll come back to you. To.
丑，
That one's really weak.
存货，
公司需要定期检查存货量。
Inventory.
艰巨，
掌握中文是一项艰巨的任务。
丁，即使
我们意见不同，我们仍然是朋友。
Oops, that's 司令。Ah! Wait.
谦，沉重，
心情沉重。
糟，
Oh my goodness.
度，
Heck.
鹅，
Forehand. Forehead.
玉，
Oh my gosh. Save me. It's the attack of the U's. Okay. What in the...
辅助，
他的工作是辅助主任。
or assist? Not like this. Dang it. I don't have anything at the moment.
瓦，卡通，
我喜欢看卡通。
No.
恐慌，
恐慌只会让问题更难解决。
It's like fear, frighten, or terror, panic. Fine.
沉，
Oops. Wait, what?
司令，
司令发出了新的命令。
司令 or commander. Okay.
骄，遗憾，
这是我的遗憾。
旅
Oh, feudal subject. That's okay. Togo. I mean, Togo.
田径
田径比赛包括跑步和跳远。
帮
Or close by, nearby or close by. Oh, I don't remember you. I think the top is supposed to be something, or the whole thing is supposed to be something. I just don't remember. Can I get out? No. I don't think there's a chance. That can be the wall. Oh, the whole thing is a wall. We might have to work on the wall. I mean, it wouldn't get mistaken if it was, you know, vocabulary word. And I want there. That one looks pretty bad.
井
They just got nothing.
"畅销
新手机模型非常畅销。
Or sell well. I mean, that's fine too. YOLO?
也 B
Oh, is that supposed to be hot sauce? Gosh dang it, that's supposed to be hot sauce. Oh, but hot sauce with dirt, I mean, that doesn't improve the wall thing. Still gotta go back and look at it.
投稿
欢迎投稿。
欢迎投稿。Oh.
"面膜
我晚上用面膜。
低估
不要低估学习中文的乐趣。
不要低估学习中文的乐趣。低估。Don't want low reliability or inconsistent or low effort or underestimate. Okay. Unreliable. Okay, it's fine.
"仓 帮
YOLO?
到
What? Oh, I typed 2 instead of 1.
撤
That one's kind of weak.
记
We're in trouble with that one. Ah, 车
脚踏车
我想买一辆脚踏车。
轰
What? Wait. I'll come back to you.
八 沉
Pick an exhibit, dude. Exhibit's gonna get lost in the next 2 weeks. Oh, exhibit is so weak. Oh no. There's so many concerning ones.
霍乱
干净的饮用水可以预防霍乱。
Hold on. Cholera. Cholera is gonna get lost too. Cholera is gonna go out the window. Ah! Oh.
Wang
Wang is kind of weak.
文雅
他的举止非常文雅。
逗趣
这只小狗的动作非常逗趣。
Like, how do you like create like interest? How do you create interest to amuse? I think I'm just gonna stick with create interest as opposed to amuse. Inspiration is okay too, I guess.
Han
Kind of loose. This one kinda is bad.
刀
Chatter? Oh my word. This one's
突
okay.
动
This one's okay. What's okay?
干
Why do I want to type instead of oh. What? Oh, not today, not today.
最佳
他获得了最佳演员奖。
Not today.
甘甜
这杯水真甘甜。
预兆
这是一个坏预兆。
Oh man, that's weak.
乞丐
这个乞丐没有家。
That's from yesterday.
芝麻
芝麻是一种小小的种子。
逗号
这个逗号放错了位置。
厄运
他们努力克服了厄运。
What is happening? Oh. Oh, that's what's happening.
丫头
那个丫头真聪明。
No comment. What? Oh, 9.
可耻
他的行为真是可耻。
Heck. Oh.
全囚禁
这名俘虏被囚禁了3年。
巡警
他向巡警求助。
沉甸甸
篮子里装满了沉甸甸的苹果。
枉然
他努力了很久，但结果却枉然。
Like in vain? Yeah, this is so weak. In vain. Ooh. Ooh. Yeesh. Ooh.
谢
One's okay. This one's okay too. Wait. Yes.
甩
不可什么？不可没主。
不可枚举
他的贡献不可枚举。
不可枚举。That's rough. This one's okay.
书
I think. Kind of.
神仙
Mm.
神仙住在天上。
囚室
他被关在一间黑暗的囚室里。
Or a jail cell. That's fine. 岂有此理。
岂有此理
他居然说这是我的错，真是岂有此理。
此理。 Ah! I want to write outrageous and I typed outstanding. Yikes.
祈求
他祈求别人的帮助。
What do you want for this? A prison cell? Oh my gosh, dude. Okay.
辅 王法
政府承诺打击枉法行为。
Oh my gosh, this one's so weak.
其
It's so weak without something else. Okay. Alright, I think, yeah, those three are really bad. Whoa, you and B are all, oh, man, those are rough. Kind of an above average day. It's kind of alright. We'll set up for our 300. Alright, we have extra characters today. Wait, why does it only show 6 new vocabulary for next time? Oh no, I think we're entering no vocabulary zone again. It's happened one other time where like tomorrow is gonna be what? It's gonna be like 17 characters and 3 vocab. Actually, tomorrow is probably only gonna be these right here, probably 6 vocabulary words. So that gives us what, 14 characters tomorrow. Holy, not even 4. Holy moly, that's a lot of characters. Alright, I guess that'll be a post 300 thing, right? That's a lot of characters. That's a little worrisome. Alright. So you look like a ba, but you're not a ba. Alright, we got pa. Wait. Sure. You don't look like a gun. Or you look like a gun, but it's not a gun. And J. Uh-oh. Yin is suffering already. Oh, and you don't look like a wall. Where's it going or gone? Oh no, it's gun. Oh no, this one's pretty cursed. Gun. That doesn't look like either a gun. It looks closer to a gong or gang, but it's a gun. Yikes. Su doesn't look like a Su either. These are problems. Very big problems. Su. Not quite a Su either. No, that's not true. Loosen. Wait. Oh. What is this? Oh, Hong. Oh my goodness. Ja. G. Oh, tough ones. A son nosebleed. Yikes. Okay. Chang. Sorry, my nose is bleeding. Chang Chu. Chang Diao. Ben Zhuo. Okay. Huai He. Bing Chu. Bing Chu. A pole. Okay. Bing Gong. Mao Kong. Alright, let's get started. Got a whole roll of stuff. The first one, Patrick. Working in the auditorium. Picking up after a SpongeBob premiere. Bunch of fins and fin decoration. Fin party favors lying around. He's picking them up with his fingers, right? He's raking them up with his fingers. Okay. So then we have Hulk. Bathroom of the beach house by the bay. Who is nah, Hulk doesn't want to go out. He has these like special engineered. He has a special engineered grass that's growing in the bathtub. Neatly arranged. and support it with crosses and a fence scaffold. It's Banner. Banner's doing some experiments. Kinda sounds like Jimmy, but gotta be careful. Mutant grass. This will grass die for Hulk's growing body. Alright. So we have Charlie Brown in the house. Charlie Brown in the house. Finding himself in an unfortunate situation again where you have equipped with a bow, but he doesn't really know how to use a bow, being chased by an alligator that got loose. Alright. We have Jimmy Neutron in the front of the pawn shop. Leaving with some secondhand gear, but suddenly a treacherous woman appeared and started attacking him with a high-tech syringe. Alright. Then we have Julius Caesar, who's in the power plant, boldly climbing onto a mountain stack of fuel and planting a flag claiming with a sun, a sun erupt. What is it? Arisen abruptly with the spirit, and it's fine. This one's fine. It'll be okay. Kind of a scene from an anime or something. Alright, so we have Kermit the Frog, who's in the chapel helping out, carrying things on his shoulder, bracing it with his fingers like a huge crossbeam. He's a strunk shrunk frog. Okay, doing kind things. Alright, so now we have Yoshi, who's in front of the pawn shop, finding something big that looks tasty. So he stuck it in his mouth and it got caught on his throat. So then he upchucked it through his mouth. Alright. We have Gandalf, who's in the basement of the English Manor of all places, being hired by the rich nobles, right? Nobles. He surrounds himself in meditative flames and keeps his ears pierced for any intruders to demonstrate his dedication to the cause. Alright. Next we have Superman, who's outdoors of his house, lifting a bunch of things and baking. He's baking shortbread. Is he done? Let's just grab a bunch of grain stalks, pulverize it with his super strength. Break out some bottles of stuff he prepared to prep for shortbread, and then using his laser vision and whatnot, get to bacon. All right. Then we have Professor Xavier. This one's good. Professor Xavier is in the bathroom of his house. Kind of in his own world, looking at maybe a painting, or going by his days. And he's reflecting in his mental mind, playing back the. I'm changing the. Playing back the last 9 days. 9 days of his prior to his student's graduation or something. Yeah, we're gonna change this. Let's change this as the sun rises. So X is in the bathroom, the house, reflecting on the rising sun, the last 9 days of his his mutant student studies, right? Alright, let's get back. That one required a change. I think the whole thinking about random painting is not going to work. Alright. Now we have Harry Potter, who's in... No, not Harry Potter. Yes, Harry Potter, not Harry Potter. Wait, why do I have this written as home? Wait, did these things change orders? Oh, they did change orders. Yeah, the whole thing swapped orders. The heck? Okay, so we'll just finish off, but all of these are, all the orders are swapped. Why did that? Oh, I know. Just kidding. There we go. That's better. Wait, but these, all of these are in different order now. Why would that happen? Oh, that's a kind of annoying. All right. Well, I guess let's do it again, I suppose. Oh, there, Tessa. We gotta do this all over again because they, for whatever reason, the order swapped. Okay. Not sure. Bien. Yeah. Bien. Go. So. She. On. No. Ja. E. A. Wait. Alright, quickly. Let's go over this again. So, Charlie Brown, living room, house, unlucky, has a bow in hand, don't know how to use it, being chased after an alligator that got loose. Jimmy Neutron, outside, leaving the pawn shop, suddenly attacked by a treacherous woman with a high-tech syringe. Julius Caesar entering the electricity plant, claiming it by posting a flag, suddenly erupts into a mountain stand, or rise abruptly into a mountain stand. Okay. Then we have whoa, not Walter. We have Kermit inside the chapel. Helping out, carrying things with his fingers on and his shoulder, like cross beams for the construction. And we have Yoshi outside pawn shop. Found something big, tried to swallow it, got stuck on his throat, and upchucked it. Okay. Then we have Gandalf, basement, hired by rich nobles, showing his dedication, set up circle of fire, and his ever diligence, keeping his ears ready for any intruders. And we have Superman, front lawn of his house, baking shortbread, pulverizing grain stalks with his super strength, heating up some sauce with his lasers, or heating up the mixture with his laser eyes, etc. Professor X bathroom house, reflecting on the 9 remaining days, last days of his mutant student's education as he appears in the rising sun. And we have Harry Potter, who is in the temple, right? Yeah, in the temple, showing off some great magic by suddenly grabbing hold of a monk's elbow and transforming it into a bow. Right? Still kind of rude, still kind of a shenanigans moment. Got James Bond, who's in the auditorium. Where a flood happened. So he quickly ran to the saloon doors to access the sluice gate, and start surfing around on a high-tech armadillo to close up all the other places to prevent the place from flooding. Okay. Then we have Julius Caesar, who is in the bathroom of the house. And he is brainstorming ideas on how to power his gigantic mech for world domination. And decided, I'm going to use a torch. Firepower. Not quite this one. Maybe we're going to update this. We'll update it as the next time. Like tomorrow. Alright, then we have Patrick. Works in auditorium. Picking up a bunch of fins from the SpongeBob premiere with his fingers. Breaking them up, right? Breaking all of them up. Then we have Hulk. Bathroom. Beach house. He is working on some special mutant grass to feed his Hulk-sized diet. All techie with some crosses and support fencing in the bathtub. All right. And then we have 3 really terrifyingly bad things. We have wool to lie down. What was wool to lie down? It was surf. In person, right? Wool. Lie down. This one's rough. I'm gonna have to associate it with something. Probably Ren and Chun. Probably Ren and Chun. Actually, interesting. And then Yi. I actually can't even remember what it is. And then we have B. B is... wall. Probably gonna link it up with chen bi. Oh, chen bi. Qiang bi, not chen. Qiang bi. Yi. I remember what yi is. That's how yi is. Oh, the different yi. Oh, I have two y's. We can link up the y's, I guess. What am I looking at? Wait. Oh no. Wait, what the heck? Is that not you? Desire? Oh, it is you. It just didn't show up. Or I didn't see it. So, I guess we're linking Yi. Which is so... The swim fins suck. We're gonna change the swim fins, probably. So, Yi for desire. I can kind of taste the blood from my nosebleed. It's kind of going back to the back of my throat. Sorry. It's almost done. I'm gonna take a break. Nosebleed under control. Let's see. So the other Yi is pleased, which is not too bad actually. Right? Yeah, the other Yi is... Oh no. I don't... I'm losing the elephant! Something like... Yeah. So this Yi is pleased. So we can kind of link these two, please and desire, together. Although we're gonna mix this up too. And Chang is really complicated. It's like wall, it's like a fence, and waitresses, conga lines, and a whirlpool. Okay, all right. This is gonna link with... Okay. Wait, I actually don't remember the top part. It's a cross in the ground. Oh, actually, probably... Actually, it's kind of okay. And I think it's Chanbi. Chanbi, it's the... No, it's Bi Chuang? What? Wait. I mean, Chen.
Qiangbi.
Qiang? Oh my gosh, I'm not saying that right. Qiangbi. Yeah, it's Qiangbi. I also need to reinforce whatever hot sauce is with wall. No, they're just separate things. I was thinking of them as one whole thing. And I want to change up maybe the valley thing. Desire. Uh. Alright. How do we do desire? I think instead of thinking about swim fins. Oh, for treasure diving. Maybe we're gonna change up. Yugi is in the bathroom of the house. And we're gonna use lack and valley instead. Started thinking about the desire to go back to the ancient, or maybe the lack of desire to go back to the dangerous ancient valleys of his ancestors. Rather just play cards. Okay. That's good enough. Alright. Yes. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. This portion of the HanziHero session. Right. I want to be back. Have to do our 300-day review, which will take about like anywhere from 3.5 hours to 5 hours. Before that, I'm gonna take a break and try to get the taste of blood out of my the back. I'm gonna take care of a nosebleed here, and I'll be back. I'm gonna stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'm back with the 300 tentative take. Thank you, thank you. Alright folks, welcome back. We are at day 300. So much like to parallel our Wanikani studies a week ago, it was a commitment that I've made. So every 100 days, and let's just dive right in. My stamina is relatively on short supply today. I did talk about quite a lot of things dealing with many of the things I'm gonna cover today, actually. About process-oriented thinking, and the things I'm currently doing, and the things we have done, retrospection. It just happens to be the end of the year, or close to the end of the year. A lot of retrospection all around. I get, even if it's difficult to believe, I get even more yappier towards the end of the year, actually. So, we're doing our tentative take, right? These are called tentative takes. And to really briefly go over what tentative takes are, they serve as progress reports for long projects. And it's looking like both Wanikani and HanziHero will be roughly 2-year projects, so we're about at the halfway point, pending any other developments. So for HanziHero and Wanikani is every 100 days. And this is through the we're doing practice of self-reflection. Right. Keep ourselves honest for our previous and notes for the future. Right. So self-reflection, look at future planning. Actually, we're basically, it's a way to summarize currently in order for me to find a shorter form way of providing coverage, right? And it's broken up in 3 parts. This is where I was trying to avoid going overlapping. So the first one are the facts, right? We start with the facts. Fairly objective. Some numbers. Things that already happened. So it's non-negotiable. Alright, these are the facts. They're fairly unfeeling. Next. And then we do archetypes. In this case, I don't think we're going to do too much archetyping. This archetyping is going to be dealing with workflow this time around. So we're going to do workflow stuff. This deals with how to cover up maybe projected weaknesses. So the workflow is going to produce the archetypes. I kinda went over this on Manikani's side, and that is dealing with higher versus lower level systems. And this time we're actually going in the opposite direction. So in Wanikani, we actually went towards the lower level system, and for HanziHero, we might be heading towards a higher level system. So you'll compare and contrast those 2 archetypes. And then we have the final section. They're not in particular any order, they just happen to be the color code that I use. And any personal thoughts, right? These are personal reflections, anecdotes, commentary, and usually this is the most subjective nature, so you take it with a grain of salt. If you know me and you think like me, or if you resonate with me, then these points will be very poignant. If you don't resonate with me, then consider it mutual disagreements, right? And as archetypes, again, to emphasize, archetypes are more for the sake of patterns. So we're talking about coincidences and correlation. They're not fine fixed rules, or not absolutes. What are absolutes are objectives, right? Are facts. So let's get into it. Facts. So when we're entering facts, we got some facts here, which I'm going to use the HanziHero site to help me with the facts. That's what we use trackers for, right? So at the end of, we are at day 300. This is non-consecutive because this is exactly 300 full, the 300 days, 300 sessions, I should say, 300 sessions. And there was one break that crossed. We're just making an even 7 days, and on that 7 days, vacation mode was used. And this was when I was away for Otakon. So outside of that, which was in the beginning of August, so outside of that, the days were consecutive outside of this break. The 300 sessions. We are currently at what they arbitrarily call level 64. And what is characterized by level 64 is we think pretty much now have consistent coverage. So 74 sound related things. This will come in handy later, which is the entire foundation system. Right. That hasn't changed from day 200 actually. And then we have 493 HanziHero components. These are slightly different and or similar to the traditional radicals, right? So radicals. At this time, there are approximately, we're getting close to the end of their radicals. But technically, we're gonna be, let me see how many total radicals, actually, total components there are. 506. So we're actually getting close. So 400 out of 506 components listed in HanziHero. But this will also be plus or minus, I'm gonna say roughly 10 to 15, because I will be creating meta radicals. These meta radicals kind of sort of line up with Wanikani and other vocabulary. I will talk about that in a bit because it's part of the workflow as well. But right now there are like 10 or 15 that I use that is elsewhere. And then we have 1,924 characters as of this most recent session. And in HanziHero, it's called, it's largely based on exposure. So once it's exposed, it's considered a character on this tally list. Then we have 3,434 vocabulary words. And this is kind of low. I'll talk more about that in a bit. So 3,434 vocabulary words. And usually this is where people will talk about accuracy, precision, coverage, etc. So I can add a few coverage things. During this 300, we've crossed the milestone from HSK 1 through 6 in terms of characters. And this is often considered, in my opinion, the impressions I get, the fundamental ones. And oftentimes anything beyond 7, right, HSK 7 and beyond, those are in a house where, in a wheelhouse of starting to specialize and talk about very particular ones. So the characters you know from HSK 1 through 6, we have covered the fundamental. And this is where accuracy and precision comes in. I would say if I had to give an average rating, typically I would say we have a 95% 95% intuition level. And then of the 5%, mnemonic dependent still, which is about where I would think, because right now what we have 1,924 characters, and which I'll go into next. We learn on an average of 7 characters a day. So usually 7 of them, 7 of the number of reviews we have should be mnemonic dependent. So we'll go into that in a bit. So it's about 5%. Usually now that 5% is about, so we're going to say about 1%, there is a refining period. So we have a refining routine, which I'll go into later. And these are, it happens, right? These are the facts. And about our routine is quite simply, here's our workload, right? And it is delta T. It is flat across the board. Simple as that. So every single day we have 20 lessons. Okay, there is some noise, so it's more like kind of, okay. Oops, accidentally hit my pen button. It's kind of like this, where if this is a range and I'm mapping out reviews, lessons are completely flat across the board. So lessons is at 20. We always have 20 lessons. And then reviews hover between, this is not drawn to scale, but it's usually anywhere between 120 and recently like 170. That is our typical number of reviews. And then these are the number of lessons. So the workload is completely consistent on a daily basis with quite minor fluctuations. And usually it's broken down into, for the lessons are broken down out of 20. There are 13 vocabulary words and 7 characters a day. That's where the 20 breaks up. Reviews are staggered, your standard SRS thing. And in terms of accuracy, we do not carry any mistakes. Like I do not carry mistakes over. So no carrying of mistakes. I'm using a different approach for this. And usually the idea is we evaluate each of the mistakes. So it's usually the 1%. So if my intuition fails, we go to mnemonics, and then the mnemonics fail, then we do a refining point. Any of the mistakes are not carried over. We refine the point, and then we test that point in the next one. It'll be on top of all of the things that we remember, right? No mnemonic is kind of overwritten. It's more like an integration of everything. And that's how we keep this stack going in a persistent way. What else? Okay, so we have to go over the workflow, right? So we're gonna go on to the next one. I think I covered most things of interest. There are no burnouts, right? So there are no masters. Our first mastery will be projected at some time in April 2026. That's when the first master happens. So that means when something leaves the cycle and doesn't get restored. It's a really long one. It's greater than a year, like it's probably somewhere around half a year to a year cycle. I don't know what the maximum time is. And we promptly will resurrect whenever needed. So we're not going to get to that at all until we get to April. Well, that hasn't been reached. Unlike Wanikani. Wanikani has been reached a while ago, and I totally skipped over the burn cycle. We're doing burn cycles. Okay, so to do the workflow archetype, we also have to map out what our workflow looks like at this moment. So let's start a new canvas. So this is our current workflow. which I kind of described today for Wanikani. They're kind of similar now. They're kind of coalescing because with 300 days of anything, I would have integrated nearly almost all the strategies that is appropriate. And then any new strategies, they tend to coalesce with each other to reach a median that I think works independent of Japanese and Chinese, right? Because I want a system that works for any future languages and whatnot. And then they will require tweaking too. But we're trying to create a foundation. So the goal of the workflow is often creating a foundation, which I've emphasized today far more than I would imagine without a very lengthy talk about what is considered foundation. And foundation is often the underlying system that you do obligatorily. The underlying obligatory, the system's obligations. So this is one where it's a catch-all. We do the routine, and the quicker we do the routine, the more we do the routine, it'll get simplified, and then it's always go as long as you need. So you hit all your checks and balances, and at some point you exhaust it. The thing is, if you already get to the answer, you're done, and then you keep bootstrapping. So what do we do? How do we do it? I think we're going to do this vertically as opposed to horizontal. Historically, I've been doing this horizontally. Let's try to label it vertically. So the first step is intuition, which I introduced between day 100 and day 200, right? When intuition is locked in now. So intuition is as it sounds. What this is enter at any level, enter at any step, and you hit a positive check, right? That's intuition. And what are the any steps? Is all these steps. So intuition is like, it's kind of not even step 1, it's more like step 0, right? So it's step 0. You test intuition. It can be at any step. So it could be 1 through, I'm going to say 10. We're going to try to separate it into 10 steps. And then now the first step. So this is when intuition fails, right? So if fail, we go to the second step. And for now, for HanziHero, we look at radicals or components. And oftentimes, the components we gather into a list. So the components you typically look for are whatever is written, right? So then there'll be A, B, and C for components. On average, it would be 3 components, I think. It's pretty good. Sometimes you can even convert 5 components into 3. So once you gather the components, you assemble their relationships. So the relationship, actually, I take it back. There's probably one step even more rigorous than that. Next, I actually look at if I can read it. This has been escalated. Can I read the characters? And what does that mean? Do I know the pinyin? Pinyin has graduated. So pinyin is at the top step now after when intuition fails. So pinyin, or sorry, not pinyin, pinyin, right? So when I look at the character, do I have a pinyin? Right, let's use Ren. I always use Hito. So in my head, if I say this is Ren, right? but I have an incomplete picture, right? I know the read, but I'm missing something. So 人, then we would fetch the parts. So this would be Robin Hood. Robin Hood 2 inside the infirmary, right? I'm just gonna write infirmary. Which creates this 人. That's how you get 人. And the notation would be something like this. So it would be this, right? This, and this. And that's how you get 人. That usually, when you have Robin Hood to an infirmary, that should be enough to elicit the meaning. So from this would give me enough relationships for the meaning. Because it would ask me, like, what is Robin Hood doing inside the infirmary? The answer is in the meaning. The meaning comes from the answer to this. So I always posit this as a form of a question. What is Robin Hood doing in the infirmary? And you answer it with the meaning. So in this case, Robin Hood is helping the people in the infirmary because he's a good guy. Right, he's a good guy. He stole some stuff to help pay the medical bills for the people. So you get the answer. It's people, 人. Now, if that fails, that means pinyin fails, right? Then we hit the translation. Do I know the meaning of the word? I actually prioritize read over meaning every single time, including wanikani. Like for Japanese, I oftentimes am able to read before internalizing the meaning. Usually the meaning comes right after I hear it in my head. So I kind of prioritize hearing and reading most of the time over trying to translate. So the meaning is next, which deals with translation. And oftentimes, the translation will offer, like for this, it would be, oh, I notice it's got to be people or person, right? 人, people or person. So if I know a person, the question is, then I ask who and where. And that then allows me to fetch for the read, which is what I'm always doing first. So in my exercises, my review, it's always read. It's always read before meaning. And hence why my reads steps always come before my meaning steps. And then you enter here, and then you move backwards or forwards, right? So in this case, this is a move backwards. We're going to move up. And when I say who or where, now I'm asking myself, it's Robin Hood, right? In the infirmary. And because I know Robin Hood is in the infirmary, then I know as 人 So these are the basics. So for this accounts for pretty much the higher 90%. So 90% of the time, I might even go higher, actually. It's probably like 95%. So approximately 95% of the time, I don't get past step 2. Right. And is that true for wanikani? It's not true for wanikani. Wanikani is much slower because there's no foundation. We're kind of working on that situation. So 95% of the time, this is as far as it goes. We got it. Good to go. Right. So what is step 3? Step 3 has a bit of some asterisks. So for characters, we're gonna skip components because components will be the English thing. Basically, it stops at meaning. You either know the English meaning or you don't for components. And usually that's... So let's go through all of them actually. So we have 3 meta things. So we have 3C, which is when a new component happens. And that doesn't happen very often. Again, we only have 20 left, less than 20 left, and there won't be any new components. And I will be adding something, so we gotta mention components. So components, you take the subcomponents. You look at the subcomponents now, which is the same as looking at the radicals in the beginning. Oh, you know what? I kind of skipped over radicals, didn't I? I skipped a step. Let me do quickly step 3. Step 3 is where you... It's not really that quick. Step 3 is actually you look at components. It's pretty crazy how step 3 is the components now. So components are, you look at the radicals. Radicals are kind of limited in the space, like, so what I would see then is I would see Ren, right, this character. And I would also recognize that it is the component. And in this case, it happens to be person. However, this is not true for most of HanziHero. HanziHero actually tries to separate the component, the component's meaning was, so it was, in this case it's person, from the actual character. So the character could be different from the component itself, even if it's the exact same thing. Do I have an example? I can only think of the ones that are examples. Oh, like, no, that doesn't stand alone. That happens to mean the same thing too. Well, I can just add anything. So for example, this component is Slenderman. Right. There isn't anything that I've learned as a character and or vocabulary word that lines up with Slenderman. So the components tend to be a bit abstract. Let me try to get an example. It's a better example if I use a standing alone vocabulary word. Usually this isn't a problem. Oh, here's one. A very early one. I like using hito, but okay. This one. So this is usually yong. Which I'll come back to in a bit. But yong is also the component for rack. But yong itself actually means utility, or it's ascribed the character definition utility. So it is not the same thing. So it's the rack component. And it's the yong for utility. And why are these two things separate? is largely due to mnemonic construction. In my opinion, the choice to make it rack is that mnemonically useful, or maybe it's a balance, right? It's a balance of specificity, which I'm starting to feel it used refining Wanikani's like stuff. It's a balance of specificity versus utility. I know, lack of a better word, utility. So oftentimes a rack has more general purpose than the word utility. So instead of using the component name being utility and utility being yong, they're separate things. And in fact, to me, this is a great way to negotiate whether you're thinking about the component or the character. Now, it can be useful in both these cases, but in the beginning, it's nice to compartmentalize them so you can sort them out. And then you can choose to remove, you can choose from the beginning to just treat it as utility if you want, or use, like use or something of that nature. And we'll come back to this point. But with the components, when you have the components, then you can form. What happens with the components is then you can form the meaning, which is the answer. And then the answer for the question then gets you the read because you're asking who and what. So this is the reverse order. So I'm basically going from the most intuitive order, the highest order. So this would be the highest order. So top, right? Top, down. We learn in HanziHero, we learn in the other direction. So this is the learning, and this is the recall. And that is what my workflow is right now. So when you're encoding this, I'm going the other way. Basically, I'm making sure that I look at the radicals, or I look at the all the components, right? All the reads, I construct all of it, put them all together, and I encode it. And then when I go to recall it, I do it in reverse order because I no longer need to practice the fundamentals. The fundamentals is held true for every single character, every single vocabulary word. If I need to fetch something, I go and fetch it in that routine. So every single step is already practiced thousands of times over. I think in the 300 days, I've probably done the routine easily over 50,000 to 100,000 times. And that produces all the coverages of all the components. Meaning is a different story, but all the components and all the reads, the sounds. So this is part of sounds. This is what the sound unit is. Sounds. And sounds, after a month, you've already gotten all the sounds. And then you're still building components, and components will expire after 300 days. Or not expire, but you would have full coverage around 300 days. Then it's down to meaning. And that's where we're getting at. We're getting to the highest level of things. So this is how I go about it. And now we have a branching point. So if all of those fail, right? Actually, sorry, that means I kind of drew this incorrectly. Where did my cursor go? Uh-oh. Oh no. Why? Hold. My, what in the world? Oh no, my desktop locked up. Hold up. Okay. Alright, cool. Alright. So, hang on. I totally forgot that it is all four of these things. So this makes up 95% of everything. And that's what's intended, by the way. So to me, I would say this was the intended stuff. I would say it's not a big stretch. Not a big stretch. Pretty intended. Then we have a fork in the road, right? So we have 4C. I don't know where I was going with this. We don't get there yet. The next routine, so if all else fails, right, all of those other things fail, we go to 5. And 5 is Wanikani. So 5 is the Wanikani umbrella. And what's interesting about that is we still go through the same steps. I test my intuition, right? So you can kind of, I go through steps 0 through 4, or through 3. And see if I know the Japanese. So check all the checks to see if I know the Japanese stuff. Japanese assistant. So this is where I'd be sitting there staring at the screen and I'm going through my Wanikani stuff. And Wanikani and HanziHero differ in some ways, right? First of all, there's approximately 100% character overlap. The majority, I'm going to say the majority, maybe we'll lower this down to something a little conservative. Approximately 90% character overlap because I'm doing traditional Chinese right now. So if I know the Japanese, if any of those steps 0 through 3 checks out, then Japanese help me assist. And the one assistance is all of this checks into meaning. And then meaning feeds back to, right? Meaning, right here in the middle, will then branch out to steps. Then we enter, this will then enter step 2. And it can branch back to step 1 and step 3. And those things combine back to get the answer. So 2, the meaning. So if Japanese, I look at it, oh, I know the meaning because I combined all my radicals, my reads. The read and the radicals from Wanikani does not help me directly. It helps me get the meaning. So this extracts the meaning in Japanese. But translate it to English, which feeds into step 2. So then I know that it has something relevant to that, and it can connect me back to the meaning in Chinese, right? Thanks, Brie. The meaning in Chinese, right? The meaning in Chinese, and the rest is history. It follows the same route. So I can go either direction. Once I know the meaning, I then can grab the read again, or use the components to grab the rest of the answer. And then both of these combined, right, gets me the answer. So this is what I spend the other roughly half of my time encoding, because I am running Wanikani in parallel, right? And this is the same for the other way around. Wanikani also operates in the opposite direction. So the more I put into Wanikani and the more I put into HanziHero, they will be part of the routine. And remember that this is outside of the 5%. So, I mean, this is outside of 95%. So 5% of the time I'm actually doing this. Or roughly, right? So then what happens when I fail everything? Then I hit my step 6. So this would be pretty much... Oh, no. There's one more step. This one's the most complicated and the most sporadic, because I'm grasping for straws now. So what I would do is I would do a mind blank. You don't have to like literally blank your mind. What you do is you think about something else momentarily. Think of something fixed. This is a technique that many people kind of do, even in sports and whatnot. What happens is, like, say you're stuck, right? You're stuck. So you become fixated. You focus on a line of thought. What you can do over time is find something that's even more consistent at blanking your mind. So usually what I do is I imagine a scene. For me, it's more like I'll try to picture it here very quickly. Right? So, typically you find something that you can visualize very, very regularly. So I typically imagine myself sitting under a tree overlooking a vista or a city line. And that's how I create the fix. And the reason why it's the fix is because it has to be consistent. You have to do something consistent for a while. And usually this forms the basis of meditation. Each day you try to do the same routine, get into the same flow very quickly, and with enough consistency you can get into the state of mind quickly. And what I do is this takes like 20 seconds. Usually it involves like counting. You can count like Breathe in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathe out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and make a mental image or something like that. Something that is a routine that gets you to think of something else immediately. So then you reset, basically. You reset your line of thought, right? And now I don't go after the intuition. So we're not repeating these steps. What we're going to do next is I try to react. Now I'm reacting to my impulse. Impulse line of thought. So that means what I'm going to be focusing on is where does it get stuck? And this is what me and Bree kind of talked about earlier. So what I do then is I take note of that. Where do I get stuck? And I could do this, since this only takes 20 seconds, I would do this about like 5 to 10 times that moment. Basically, I would reset. Where do I get stuck? I'll reset. Where do I get stuck? Where is my fixation, right? Where is the stuck? And sometimes, I'm going to say fairly rarely because I don't do this routine very rarely. Again, less than 5% of the time, right? Less than 5% of the time. Sometimes when you react, when you reenact the series of events, you get unstuck. And then I make a note of it. And that's where I make a note of it. So I can't tell you how many times, but it's obviously on the lower side. When I'm like, if you ever hear me voice vocally, I have key terms like I have been here before. And if the stuck word, like let's say I get stuck on, I don't know, I keep repeating myself and say, I don't know, mortar. You know, I keep saying mortar over again. Mortar, child. What happens is that's happened before. And then something comes after it. I get the answer after it. So when I keep going mortar, child, and then it may remind me of what came next. So what happens a lot of times is you're going to hear me say, well, you know, I've been here before. And I would like stare off to space. And I'm like, okay, that didn't work. Nope, that didn't work. No, that's still leading me to the wrong thing. So what happens when I'm reenacting is not only am I taking chance of where it gets stuck, I need to confirm where I got stuck, it is wrong. So as I'm going through it, actually this is more than 5 to 10 times. Sometimes it gets up to like 20 times. We're gonna say like 20 times. Every time I get stuck, I might get stuck in a specific place. I might end up on an answer that I know is wrong. But the thing is, I need to make note of all the answers that I'm coming up with. So I get, then in reenacting the list, it gets stuck. But if I don't get the right answer, right? So I get no right answers. That's different from not getting an answer. I'm not getting no answer. I'm getting no right answers. As in, I know what it is not. So that means it doesn't overlap with the things, But whatever it is that I'm doing is getting me to think of other potential answers. So there are potential answers that may or may not be right, and then there are not right answers. Sorry, not no right answers. Not right answers. So there are two categories. Answers that are not right because I know they're not right because I know the right answers to them. And then there are potential answers that I can neither confirm nor deny that they are among the right answer, one of the right answers. This is the basis of where I'm going now. So this is the part that I'm trying to improve by using the feedback. So 6 is where most of my personal feedback is coming from. Nearly all the changes I'm going to do in the future is a consequence of 6. And I think it's pretty safe to say that this one, the combination of these, will account, actually it's pretty much this part. This account for like the other 5%. And then this, along with the next step, account for the remaining roughly less than 1%, right? This part. And I'm troubleshooting this part. So in the long run, you could say, someone could say, well, you're wasting your time. Why would you focus on the less than 1%? The idea is that I'm more interested in how I can make it better. Because when I can make it better, I can also speed up. I get stuck less. And usually I got to this point because I do this. Now you could say, well, it's a waste of time. It only applies like it only applies. It's more, I think it's safer to say whenever the 5% is too much, like when the 5% trickles down, right? I need to do this. And the thing is, if you think that you're going to learn statically, then it's a waste of time. As in, if you're okay with studying this way, like say you're in my position, those numbers are great. You're satisfied with 95% at the pace I'm going, right? Remember that you have to keep it track of what my pace is. 20 lessons a day, between 120 to 170 reviews a day, right? With a consistency of 90. This stuff sounds pretty good, right? But I'm not here to sleep. I don't sleep on my progress. I continue to improve it because at some point it's going to get boring. I'm going to get complacent and I'm not going to be engaged in the learning process. This is process. This is what I'm learning. I'm not learning Japanese or Chinese. Chinese and Japanese comes with the byproduct. Like, no matter how much I work on, like, I can work on this forever. Chinese and Japanese isn't going anywhere. What I do here is what I'm going to do most of the time while trying to learn Japanese and Chinese. That part isn't going to change. You know, 人 will always be 人 unless you make something of it, which you can without HanziHero, without Wanikani. So if I'm using HanziHero and Wanikani, I'm not trying to do something that I could be doing elsewhere. Like, I could draw a picture while using HanziHero, then it would take away from what HanziHero is doing, right? So what I do is I try to infuse a lot of the things to complement what I'm doing, the activity that I'm complementing. If I need to draw, I'm going to draw, and I'll bring some of HanziHero's stuff to that drawing, right? The focus is, what can I do here? And to keep in mind, you might be thinking, these numbers are great, but remember, I can speed things up. I can speed things up I could make it less tiring. So when these things get fixed and whatnot, or get improved upon and repeated, I get less tired. So I can do more. And to put it in a context, I don't only use HanziHero. I also use Wanikani. And I also do something else that can take 4 to 8 hours longer. I yap a lot. All those things are related. So anywhere I see a potential that adapts a thing that I do most of the day, I try to work on it. So I don't sit on saying, oh, this works now, I don't have to do anything about it. Like, well, one day, whatever I'm brainstorming in step 6 will change the way I do step 1, 2, and 3. And that's the idea. I can't stress this enough. I think it gets really tiring to me to see how people invest in learning something and they only have one use case for that learning. As in, you learn it and you treat it like a video game. You learn it and then you discard it. And then when you start a new video game, you start from 0. I don't think ever have I, after, maybe when I was as young as 14, I don't ever start over at learning something. Even puzzle games aren't a start over. You don't start over. And a great way to test this is I often ask some of my peers whenever they play a new game, how was their experience? And rarely do they ever evoke any of the learning process in the previous ones to limited extents. Like, you have to ask yourself, what do you mention first, right? I usually mention the process first. Like, oh, okay, so I'm coming in with this idea. I'm also coming in with this idea. These are the legacy things that I expect from the dev perspective. Here's some business perspective. I actually literally do this before every project. I have opening opinions, and those opening opinions tell me all the processes, expectations, and the reason I made those decisions before going in. And then at the end of the project, I will do all of this again. And the idea is that collectively, it keeps me accountable for holding on to all my experiences, because then it wouldn't be a waste of time. So whenever earlier on, I was talking to someone, right, Mika, when Mika was, the way the mnemonics was being done was that you would create the mnemonic on a Anki card, and it would help you remember the thing, but the whole goal is to discard the thing. So of course it's not productive, in my opinion. It's unproductive if the idea is that you make something only to discard it. Like, not that Mika is suggesting they would literally discard, they could keep it and put it somewhere, in a journal or something, but mentally you're discarding it. So there is no reinforcement. There's no carryover. The investment you put into learning how to create a mnemonic and a system no longer has value the moment you discard it and leave it in disuse, right? You can buy a really fancy bike. You learn to bike on that bike, and then you store it away and never use it again. It has no more value. You can try to capture its value by telling other people how you have a fancy bike and how you use a bike, and then when you have to go biking, you can ride other people's bike. That is when you internalized your skill and found application elsewhere. Then that bike that's sitting in the garage still has its value. It doesn't literally have the value of serving as your bike, but you mentally have captured the value of that skill, right? Then it becomes a skill, not knowledge. When you are doing something and you constructed it, used up all your precious time, you use up your precious time, and your first thought is, oh yeah, that's okay. Like, it'll be good enough so that in the future, I'll forget it. I just want to get to that point and forget it. And to me, that's what I'm describing. I try not to do that. it's still going to happen. Mind you, it's human condition to do so because you have to make room at some point, right? You have to make room, groom your neuronal networks and whatnot. The goal for me is try to do the least amount of it because my time is meant to be synergistic. It is not destructive or interference at any point. I'm trying to keep my neuronal connections, not reduce them or groom them. Because when you groom them, you become less open-minded, you stop doing new things, you stop solving problems, because you no longer have to make new connections and reinforce them. So to me, it's a mental game in the sense that there's probably a biological explanation to why this stuff happens. To me, the difference between an intellectual, like someone who solves problems and look at complex correlations and analytical things and constantly is open-minded, that's it's very different from being opinionated. Opinionated is not the same as open-minded. Open-minded means you're always looking to refresh your existing system of thought, your line of thought, right? Closed-minded can still be very well versed. You can learn a lot of things closed-minded. You're not welcoming anything into your line of thought though. Like you can learn a lot about math being closed-minded. You can learn a lot about Japanese being closed-minded. In fact, being Japanese and saying that natives are the only source of Japanese language education is someone who is very competent but also closed-minded. Right? It's not to be bad or good. Closed-minded, you can change out the word closed-minded to focused. So if you have a focused, serious Japanese language learner, they only pay attention to native content. So I can't possibly be a closed-minded, focused Japanese language learner. I am an open-minded, multilingual language learner. There's no way I would close off the routes to Japanese because I speak English or I know Chinese. I open my mind and integrate those things. It's a different approach, and it's also largely going to be considered a waste of time because who cares if you use HanziHero? It's not going to be as fast as using that time to go and immerse in, you know, whatever immersion you want. It's like, that's true. But I'm not practicing those skills. What are you practicing when I'm practicing? This is what I'm practicing. So whenever someone tells me, like they come up and say, oh, that's just a simple thing, you're only doing one thing. It's like, it looks like I'm only doing one thing. But unfortunately, for someone who's that closed-minded, they can only see the one thing or the few things that they're projecting on. And to me, respectfully, it's not my place to have them say, hey, you can go look at my 200-day tentative take or my 300-day tentative take. It's 4 hours long, but I can assure you those 4 hours, you'd be interested to know that whatever you thought I was doing while doing HanziHero and Wanikani day in, day out, it's probably the tip of the iceberg. And I'm not speaking for other people. I'm speaking for myself here. And I gotta honestly tell you, it's been a very long, hot minute since I've met, like literally personally interacted with someone that scholastically and intellectually is interested in the way people learn and the way you learn. And I hope to foster some of those things and elevate and learn and exchange ideas. It's just Twitch and YouTube. It's not the playing ground for exchanging learning process. It's the hustle. You're looking for the hustle. What is the fastest way to a goal without understanding how you get there? This is how I get to learning anything. The thing I'm describing here, if you switch it out for running, finance, economics, this is how I learned science. I did literal experiments based on this. Like, 6 is scary. If I have to do 6 when I'm setting up an experiment, it means I've screwed up. And I'm assessing how much damage I lost. Like, how far did my experiment set me back? I made an error in the experiment. So it means going back to the lab notebook, reenacting the stuff, figuring out all the steps that could have gone wrong, refining the steps so that it won't happen again, and then tweaking steps. This is the scientific method, but for language learning. You enjoy seeing how I learn? I'm glad, and I hope that I get to learn a lot from you too, Brie. Like, this stuff is ironclad for me. So I want to do other things, like use HanziHero and WaniKani to figure out if there's more things that interest me. Because if you get stuck in your ways, it also means that you stop enjoying how to learn. Like, you really just stop enjoying, because you lose the prospect. You lose excitement. Sometimes it can go really horrible, and you learn so much for how it goes horrible. Obviously, if your science experiment goes horrible, you could lose years. So that's a little different story. And I did have a few moments like that in my PhD where, like, oh my goodness, I missed something and I have no idea how far this is going to set me back. And it could set me back seven months. And once again, I want to iterate to you, Brie. The literal problem I have with this mortal life as a human being is that you literally run out of time. You don't run out of enthusiasm or motivation to solve problems. At least I don't. It actually propels me forward, but you literally just run out of time. And that is where I can empathize with the hustle. When someone says, oh yeah, I don't care about how it works. Just tell me how I can gain universal knowledge and become fluent in Japanese in 3 months, because I want to become. I totally understand that, because the things I do, it's not 3 months. It takes years. And in a way, I wouldn't give up those 3 years for all the lessons I learned about the process versus knowing that somehow magic happened and I became fluent in Japanese. Now, others, you are more than entitled to enjoy your fruit of your labors. This is my favorite part. I've worked, day in and day out, brainstorming for 100 days from my last review. And this is my lap. Like, I don't have nervousness and anxiousness whenever I have to present data or present my approach that I spent tireless hours on. It should be the greatest feeling you should ever have, because this is what makes you unique, or at least this is what I feel like it makes me unique. It's irreproducible because of the number of hours I put into it, right? And I hope that one day I'm going to make these the highlight. These are probably going to be the things that turn into YouTube shorts and at some point. More on that in the future. But I enjoy this. So this makes up the facts part. So all of this stuff is the facts part. I've been doing this for pretty much nonstop for 300 days. So the current strategy is right here. This page summarizes something that I do not deviate from for both WaniKani and HanziHero now. WaniKani has a bigger subsystem change. So step 1, step 2, and step 3. The previous day, I was trying to last week I was trying to recount all of the things, because I need. While you see, like, all the sounds are taken care of, right? All the sound combinations are taken care of, and nearly all the components are taken care of, and they sit. Wanikani is a disaster zone right now for me. Like, it's so inconsistent, it's chaotic, and it feels like what Mika was describing. Which is, you remember something, and if it doesn't come up enough, you don't remember it. And then if it does come up enough, you don't need to remember it anymore. And then the moment that you might forget it, you can't recall the mnemonic anymore. That's Wanikani right now. So I'm trying to solidify some of the things. So we're unifying the sounds, much like HanziHero, because I actually coincidentally learned that way. And then we're unifying questions and formats in order to retrieve the meaning. You've never actually seen you stream Spanish. You've watched the VODs, but it's not the same as interacting with you live. That's maybe why you're so curious to see how you approach French. You're sure you'll do things you don't, and you're excited to see my process. I know it's still an if and when scenario and a long way away, but at least it motivates you to keep learning. You don't have many people in your life that do that, honestly. No one in your life at all that does. Really? That's kind of disappointing. I think having a close friend or family, at least that one person, you can... I know I'm not tooting my own horn, or I'm trying not to toot my own horn, because I have best friends like that. So the great thing about having best friends, I don't think I'm the most reliable person, but my friends think I am a pretty reliable person. I think my friends are more reliable than me. So the nice thing about having someone who can solve problems is that when you have friends around that solve problems, one of us is going to have the solution. Regardless of the scenario, you kind of feel this comfort, like this safety blanket. It's very... I really hope someone comes up and maybe you'll be the one to like attract people like that. I think being around problem solvers have its perks. It also has obviously long hours and whatnot, but it kind of sounds like to me that you do like stooping like 8-hour long days figuring out and tweaking things. Life could have been, at least in my opinion, right, brighter futures if you are able to attract people that solve problems. Usually it's like, oh no, we need to make money, for example, and sure as heck, if I need to make money and I don't know the solution, I would go to my best friends and I'm like, hey, can we brainstorm? Let's shoot some ideas to make some money. I really need to make some money. How do we analyze this? And that's what I kind of miss about graduate school. Like, being in graduate school with your colleagues and whatnot, the idea is if you present a problem and you're able to present it well, because you've already thought about it a lot of times, even just knowing about the problem and detailing it really well, you have other people who foreseeably, almost with the combined efforts, you're going to find a solution or a working model, and that's kind of nice. It's not the what you get online, right? What do you get online? Google it. It is what it is. It depends. It's too complicated for you to understand. I don't want to explain it. I don't have enough time. It's too it's only it depends on situations that don't exist right now. All those things are valid excuses, right? But they're not. I said excuses, not for bad or good. It's telling you that they have better things to do first and foremost. That's probably most accurate. And also, it can be an underlying problem that they don't actually know how to explain it. I didn't say they don't know how to solve the problem. They don't know how to explain it. So if you're interacting with someone and they say they either don't have time for you, so that means they don't care about you more than they care about whatever they're looking for or doing, that doesn't mean they're not kind. It's just they're busy, right? They will say they're busy, but there's something more important. That's fair. The second one would be, it's too complicated and it depends and it is what it is. Agree to disagree. That means there are two possibilities. They do know how to do it, but they don't know how to explain it. or they don't want to explain it. So it's a combination of the two. And then the fourth one is probably the one that I would say it's a bit of both. They not only don't care about it, and they don't care about you that much, they realize that they can't explain it because it's too difficult to explain, and possibly even they don't understand what's going on. Right? And I do not run away from it depends. When my friends and I sit down and say, well, it depends, the first thing one of us is going to say is, well, let's assume something. All right? So we know it depends on a lot of things. Let's talk about all the things that it depends. Let's have a crack at it. You know, open up a can of your favorite beverage. Let's go order pizza, and let's spend 3 or 4 hours talking about all the possibilities. Like, how many dependencies can we get between the 4 of us or the 5 of us? How many ideas can we get in that time? And it would be a brilliant way to spend an evening talking to each other and sharing a pizza. You wish you had people like that. You don't get out much, so vast majority of social interactions online. I hope here's my thing. I think we're going to live long enough, fingers crossed, stay healthy enough, that I think the online social interactions might change in the future. I really hope it does. Like, I think there's a great pushback on showing just how much people can passively not know what's going on. Like, the internet has slowly, and I almost say incredibly rapidly, have taught how much people can do things without processing that they're doing anything, right? The rise of live service models, the rise of doom scrolling, brain rot, AI generated vibe, task search, the heavy reliance on targeted ads, decision making, mere exposure. I think right now it's gotten to a point where it's pervasive enough that it affects other functions. So what are other functions? Downstream functions. Like, where are you going to get your employees? Who's going to be the next set of humans to oversee the AI overlords? Who is going to do the manual checks on automated systems that need maintenance? Well, if you start encountering an entire generation a lack of force of problem solving, then you start losing leaders. You start losing problem solvers. Then what do you do then? And when that is felt, in my opinion, when overall competence is felt, I think there is going to be a change in social interactions online. Because one of the greatest, in my opinion, I still think online, the internet is one of the greatest foundations of at least my mortal life. However long I live, the internet is probably going to be the center point. And the way people socially interact right now does not promote people to socially interact in a complex way. And in fact, most of it is to simplify it. It's continuously, reductively simplifying it. And the thing about humans is those things get harder the less and less you do it. Like, even if you did it once and then you don't do it anymore, it is so hard. Like, it is one thing that is incredibly painful or disheartening whenever I see something is when somebody disagrees, you know, in any format, especially a streamer. I mean, 2 streamers collaborating and streaming, when they have a disagreement, the way they go about solving the disagreement is a great example of what today's problem solving skills are. And, you know, between my colleagues and I and my best friends, we still do that too. However, we at least still cross-reference with our own opinions, right? So here's one. Like, oh yeah, you know, let's do some trivial things. Man, what is that what is that movie? And then you start describing it, right? You start describing it, and then your friend's like, oh yeah, hang on, let me just look it up. All right, so 1, 2, all right, oh yeah, here it is this the movie you're looking for? It's like, yeah, I guess that's the movie I'm looking for. And then the conversation ends. It just ends there. Like it kind of terminates the conversation. This happens more often than the, oh yeah, that's right, okay, hear me out. Let me tell you why I'm thinking about this movie. And then also I do want to explain to you why I was having trouble remembering this movie. That is different. You're trying to explain your line of thought, and then you're leading to the whole reason for the conversation, or the conversation you want to bring up, right? So you're completing your thoughts. The internet doesn't do that anymore. What it does is it leaps to the closest right answer and hope that that right answer ends the discussion. So you're always rushing for whoever is right, not whoever has an idea or an opinion to share, to perpetuate togetherness. You are trying to end a discussion with a fact. And it's not even intentional. I don't even think it's intentional. It's hilariously consistent, and maybe a little bleeding heart consistent. Like it's kind of sad. Conversations typically end when someone doesn't know a fact, and then a convenient computer or the internet states the facts, and the conversation just, the line of thought stops. Period. It stops dead in its tracks. And if no one could find a right answer, someone is gonna say, agree to disagree. I guess it depends. And the conversation is dead. And, I'm pretty sure, I'm fairly confident, if you go to far more influential conversationalists or fictitious conversationalists, or maybe like perhaps Dr. K or something like that, the other Dr. K, the healthy gamer Dr. K, and maybe a speech coach or something, they would probably have a different spin on this, maybe have a different name for it, like obligation of facts, or hyper objectivity, or talking across from each other, as opposed to synergistically promoting each other to discuss things and share things. It's more of an inadvertent way to tell people to shut up, right? Like, hey, the Google said this, so shut up. Google's right. Oh crap! I just triggered all my phones when I said Google. You too have seen the YouTube short. So, to me, that's the default right now. I'm not sure if it will change like soonish, but I think it will change. Like 90% sure this type of line of thing will change in the future. When is kind of still up in the air. And then I hope, Bree, I know this is a long preface, then I hope that one day, maybe like in 2026, I'll be like, oh, hey, Bree, guess what? I just interacted with this type of community. There's a new platform, right? A new platform is starting, and it looks like the people that self-select them into this platform are fairly excellent at a different type of social interaction. And maybe that's where you start finding connections with people who are generous, right? Philanthropic, self-assured, and they would exercise and be open. There's open generosity in a more public and impartial way. Right now, it's more like if you get lucky, right? You get lucky if you are a content creator and somehow your personality draws out a community that is philanthropic by nature and they're self-assured. It requires you, and strongly you, to go above and beyond in order to create a core, and you can be one of them if you choose to do so. Me, I don't have confidence in myself to do that. I rarely do. For someone like John and Hank Green, they did it, but it is like a Goliath. Like, they have Goliath amount of influence and pedigree, and they've invested in something that I barely touched. Like, I would be considered a baby compared to how much they have done, right? Like 7 years, 7 years I haven't done that much, right? They've done it for like 20 years, and it really shows. So instead of requiring a Goliath amount of social interaction and ability, maybe there can be a synergistic commonplace. It's not Twitch. Sorry, not right now. Twitch is not the place. It's also not YouTube. In fact, I actually think Twitch and YouTube creates an environment in which you require less and less direct social interaction, because it's incentivized for both business and the content creator and like all the other type of social interactions that it's a business transaction. So all the existing platforms that have current social interactions, I think the closest would probably be Discord. And Discord is now an IPO. So most of the social interactions that they promote now on Discord are through the other types of social interactions that are all parasocial, right? Discord encourages you to play certain video games with certain people. Video games is one of the core accentuating vehicles for poor social interactions, because you're doing something either at each other or in the absence or attention of another person. So Discord is now feeding into the typical hustle bustle of the business thing to improve engagement, not improving the quality of the engagement. It's prompting the consistent engagement of varying quality. So you would have to be someone who already have quality engagement, like already socially adept and professionally inclined, and have these skills already in order to enjoy those skills. And that kinda is scary, because what if you're a person who don't have those things yet? Where would you go to acquire them? And here's the even diminishing scary part. If everyone else around you are deficient in social interactions, what do you think you can spot one? Especially when you get younger and younger, do you think you can, are they going to be able to spot, like, the scariest question? Do you know who you can trust? I'm apprehensive about who I can trust unconditionally. However, my life has dramatically improved when I worked on it. So that doesn't mean I don't get scammed. Like, you know, I've given people $50 and $100 here, and that they were like, oh, you know, I'll pay you back, or I'll get you. It happens. But I know financially that I'm also responsible for giving that $100 and whatever they make of it. In fact, it's kind of weird that these individuals will come back to me and say, they keep reminding me that they will pay me back, but I already told them from the get-go that it's my money to give. So that's very different, right? It's viewing the thing not as a transaction. It's viewing it as generosity. So the difference is that nowadays, most things on platforms is a transaction. Hey, guess what? There's a new patch coming out. We better get on this, man, or else we're going to be left behind. Transaction, right? Hey, I saw that the daily is up. I need a friend. Let's go and complete our dailies. Transaction. There's rarely a moment where that I often feel someone wants to just hang with another person. Like, let's go to this, let's play this 2 new games together because neither of us know what's going on. It's more like, oh, what game do you like? It's like, oh, I like that game too. Oh, so we both like the same game. Okay, let's play together. Transaction. It's like, oh, hey, are you planning on playing this game? It's like, oh yeah, I'm planning on playing this game. It's like, when are you planning on playing? It's like, I'm planning on playing on the 1st. It's like, oh, sorry, I'm planning on playing on the 12th. So I guess have fun. Transaction. You're looking to meet up and not compromise with each other. There's no form of social interaction in which you're compromising with each other, collaborating. Or now, I'm talking about the social norm. The content creators you are watching, you know, the people who you are watching who maybe you have a parasocial relationship with, they are doing those things, right? Like I started watching Canoe a lot. Future Canoe, and whenever he talks and he like has these like sit downs occasionally, he would talk about all the plans that he have with other people. So that is what I feel is missing. Whenever I ask someone, hey, how are you doing? It's like, oh, I'm doing this. I have this problem, but I don't know how to solve it. But I'm going to try to figure out this problem. Do you have any suggestions? I'm like, I don't really know your situation, but do you have someone that you spend time with who knows more about the situation and you can bank off ideas off them? Because I would think that's the most appropriate thing. And usually the answer is no, I don't have anyone. And my first thought is, would you be interested in someone? Maybe like I can keep my eyes out and have someone who's coincidentally convenient for you. And the answer would be no, because they would say something like they have social anxiety, they're not prepared for such things, or they would find ways like I work better alone. And that's where it ends most of the time. Or like, oh, you don't have to go through the trouble. It's like, it's no trouble. But hear me out. That's coming from a place of earnest, because the social norm is that you either handle it yourself because the internet provides all the answers. So no one in the world who have access to the internet should have any problems. All the information's there. If you have depression, you should be able to solve it with the internet. If you have an art project to do, ChatGPT should be able to solve that problem. If you play a video game, you can have 10 AI bots play with you because they're probably going to be intelligent enough to mirror human things. If you're playing a multiplayer game, all the other people are treated like robots because you don't even know what humans lie behind those people anymore. Like that avatar you sniped from 200, I don't know, virtual meters away, you didn't feel anything when you hit that person. Most video games desensitize you to the idea that it's not about their numbers or their feelings, it's about how you're performing, right? So despite feeling really good, it's also a recipe for someone who needs solidarity. I'm okay. I think I'm okay. If you leave me alone for like 3 months, I think I'm still pretty solid. And even I would say at some time I leave my fortress of solitude or my ivory tower when people think I have no problems or think I always talk big. I don't talk a big game. I usually seek the companionship of people when I'm in trouble. And the hardest thing I've ever learned in my life is to ask for help or know who I can ask for help. See who I want and convince them to be part of my circle, right? That is the idea. You form the strongest support system you can because life is pretty merciless. And also people online are pretty merciless. For every one person who thinks everyone is hot garbage and they're like a username that are there to hustle, right? It's all about the grifters. Like you're either grifting or you're selling an honest product or you're out to pave a career. The internet is like business central. It is when you go online and you want something from the internet, you have officially entered the stereotypical Shark Tank, right? It is the Shark Tank. And maybe one day that Shark Tank can be the ocean with varying marine life, right? Right now, it honestly do feel like 9 out of 10 times you're associating with a shark. A shark who can be your friend until you're no longer useful. And that is what is needed to survive and thrive on the internet, in my opinion. With very, very sharp, extraordinary examples. Like if you take the entire community of one influencer that defies the Sharky Shark, that is still a fraction. It's a tiny fraction. And that's one example out of like 100. So the reality is no one's evil here. I don't think anyone is evil. They're not out to get you. I think it's a symptom of humans doing things and then we kind of lose ourselves in it. Like for me, I could be too touchy-feely. Who knows? Like I could get lost in my own narrative, right? It's very possible. Like right now, someone else who like can counter argue almost all my points because they're all partial points. They're not impartial. I'm not making an impartial narrative here. I am deliberately representing the minority position in online social interactions. So therefore, they are unpopular. They have the most opponents. And rarely do most people empathize with me. The reason why is if you lack those social interactions, you can't miss something you don't have yet. If I lose my support system, I will start to feel like I don't have a plan B. I don't have a backup plan. So asking someone else and they freely admit and share that they don't have a support system, that's like getting in your car without car insurance to me. Or going to work and not knowing if your home is going to be there the next day. You don't have a backup plan. Like there's no safety net. I can take risks, and they're not like risk as in life-threatening things. Like I can spend money, occasionally do spontaneous things, do a spontaneous like purchase or whatnot, is because I know that I have a safety net. And it's the safety net that I almost feel like the norm is that you don't have that. Like people don't have loving parents, right? This we're not talking about parents that don't argue, parents that don't get mad at you, parents that like a parent that will light a fire under your butt because you're being lazy or reprimand you. We're talking about humans that will be there. As in, when it gets worse, it brings out the best in the people around you. Like for me, I would say right now, even I am doing the least I can. Like if I'm being honest with myself, if I wanted to be what I really want to be, like, and I have an outward pressure to do that, yeah, sure, I would try to race Hank Green to the finish line, or John Green. But Hank Green and John Green, they are self-motivated to do that. What can that source be? They're both parents. I think Hank has a child. I'm not sure. I know John has a child, and they have loving wives. Those relationships are propelling them past that point. They have outward obligations. I have friends that are all well situated. In fact, almost all of them are married. They all chose not to have children, right? For a lot of reasons. But they're all situated, they're all settled. So I have a network of friends who are all stable. So I am not personally pressured to go out of my way. I can, if I want to give you like an external example of what can propel someone into great lengths, a parent that dies from cancer, that can light a fire under anyone. You can probably take most of the most influential content creators in various areas, and when some sort of tragedy happens or untimely death in those individuals, they then go above and beyond themselves, and that is beautiful. But I would rarely ever want to wish that to be the catalyst for compassion, right? And I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm already prepared for this to happen. You have to be prepared for this to happen. One day your parents are not gonna be with you anymore, or your loved ones might not be with you anymore. And for that, I hope maybe in those days I might step up. Your dad died of pancreatic cancer in 2023. I'm sorry to hear that. I expect that in the next like decade or two, my father is gonna struggle a lot health-wise. So I'm kind of like getting ready. I'm like preparing myself. I'm making sure maybe all the things I can do to make it more comfortable. My mother is going to be so different when, like, the chances of my father outliving my mother is astronomically unlikely. And despite what my mother's opinions are, I think my father is the core of the couple. So that's kind of one of those things I have to prepare for. And the goal is that by the time that happens, I would step up, right? That's a little bit on the downside, but right now, let's enjoy the time we have, right? All right, so we have to get into one last piece. So this is what I'm doing. Let's talk about the things that I'm working on. Right, let's go to the things that I'm working on. This is where we break out the green. Actually, we might be able to use this part. So we're talking about archetypes, right? And one of the archetypes that this has is most of HanziHero is bottom up. So you have to invest everything, your consistency on your foundations. So foundations. When it's a bottom up, foundations are king. If you grab your foundation and it jives with you, you know, like if you vibe with the foundations and they line up, I have little concern. Then this will work. Basically, it'll work as intended. Which, for the record, I personally work bottom up. So I favor bottom up approaches if I have to start something new. So I favor bottom up approaches. And this is in contrast to Wanikani, which is kind of like middle and going down. The mnemonics is like you're taking about the middle, you're starting from the meaning, and you're kind of like see, Wanikani is more so you start in the middle and then you try to go down and try to go up every once in a while, right? And then overall, it attracts people who start at the top. So they start at the top with their intuition, and they only do as much work as they can going down. HanziHero is bottom up. So you have to learn your components and your sounds and stuff and work up to your intuition. And I am very biased. The system that I work in most of the time is understanding foundation. The personal reason is I'm a product of formal education. So what am I most practicing? I'm not unapologetic about this. Formal education has taught me that you build on foundation. You carry most of your lessons. Application of those foundations is where ultimately the education was supposed to provide. So this is my strength. And it's pretty clear that after 300 days, HanziHero, I barely break a sweat. Like, getting things wrong has no bearing on how I can figure it out. It rarely, like, it just feels like everything clicks. So in order to take advantage of that, right, to confirm this, I am refining Wanikani's methods to be more foundational. And maybe I'll know and can confirm this aspect of HanziHero at day 400. We'll see. I'm pretty confident that it will raise the efficiency, the overall like efficiency or proficiency. Now the question is, what can the bottom-up approach benefit from top-down? So now what can I do top-down that HanziHero is not doing? Well, one of the parts that tends to favor Wanikani is Wanikani, when they write mnemonics, they play on complex meanings. They play on context, right? And one of the things about being bottom up is the contexts tend to be agnostic. So when you're doing bottom up, so HanziHero tends to be agnostic, which is basically you're trying to form new stories and contexts as you go. At least that's what I would encourage, right? So in order to breathe some of that top-down approach, that's where we go into our next thing. So this is where we're going to go into what I've been working on. So our bottom-up approach, right? HanziHero's bottom-up approach can be balanced with Wanikani's top-down approach. And one of them is to lean heavier on archetypes, which is exactly what I'm doing now. Archetypes help simplify or help expedite things. It takes you into account. It injects objectivity with some subjectivity. When you're doing foundational work, like in HanziHero, the foundations are supposed to be agnostic. As in, they don't care what your prior experience is. No prior experience necessary. In fact, if you don't have prior experience, it's probably even better if you have no interference. So for example, if you think SpongeBob is a terrible character because you think SpongeBob has to behave a certain way, and then they wrote SpongeBob behaving a certain way. That's interference. If you don't have any experience, it might be even better. It can also be a deal breaker. Because if you're thinking like Wanikani, then what you're saying is, I wish they picked characters that I relate to. That's top down. Why is it considered top down? You're using your most complex understanding of SpongeBob. And you're hoping that the person who makes HanziHero have the exact impression of SpongeBob that you do. But the foundations that they're making needs to remain agnostic to it. So then SpongeBob can be doing whatever. Patrick could be doing whatever, right? And then meanwhile, if you're looking for partialness or bias, you want SpongeBob to be doing SpongeBob things. So context, experience specific things. And the golden goose is that you do both. You can do both. You can create a foundational system in which you have learned with an open mind, and then you can use your closed-mindedness to echo your prior experience. So you stay open to acquire a new system. Then you adjust the system top down based on your experience. And that's what we're going to do. And that goes with highlighting all the things. So this is where we spend the next hour or two highlighting the stuff I remember from memory. So we start with a sound system, right? And the sound system, let me see if I can actually remember. But let's see if I can remember most of the characters. We're gonna try to do it alphabetically. So we have Bugs Bunny, right? Bugs Bunny, and I'm gonna write one top-down element that I want to keep consistent. So the thing that I must keep consistent for, so these are the initials to illustrate my point. So Bugs Bunny could be doing anything. The way Kevin writes things is agnostic. Basically, if it's a component, they just do the component. Like you wedge it in somehow. Occasionally, Kevin does throw keywords, and I have adopted those keywords and possibly expanded upon them in a way that suits me. So then I can't get Bugs Bunny confused with someone else, right? So actually, it would be probably wise to link them or group them as well. So Bugs Bunny, what I would do with Bugs Bunny is mischief. Mischief, and it usually targets Elmer Fudd. So what I have chosen is I've chosen a characteristic that is wide enough so that when I have to create a mnemonic, most of the objects and components can characterize mischief and dealing with his interaction with Elmer Fudd, right? Then we have Tom. We're not going to do it in alphabetical order. We're going to do it in group order, right? Whatever I can remember. So then we have Tom, which is Tom as in Tom and Jerry's Tom. Tom the cat, right? Now you're thinking, okay, Tom is also mischief, right? But Tom is more like a little vindictive. Oh, no. He's usually the victim of mischief. And usually the victim, the victimizer, the aggressor is Jerry. So now I can separate Tom from Bugs Bunny. So anytime Tom comes up, we're doing something where he's the victim of mischief, and that victim source is Jerry. So these things distinguishes two foreseeably conflicting archetypes. Bugs Bunny and Tom the cat could be viewed in the same way. Like you could view in the same way. Elmer Fudd is after Bugs Bunny, and maybe Bugs Bunny encountered mischief, or is like, so these can overlap. But I have strategically decided to only talk about it in this nature, so that I don't have to be, it's not too broad where they overlap. It's not too specific, so I can't make any mnemonics out of them, right? And then I think I have another one, Goofy. So there's Goofy, which you can also say Goofy is mischief, right? Because Goofy is kind of a goof. But instead, Goofy is more like innocence. Innocent, like incompetence. That's different from mischief and being the victim of mischief. And usually I don't need anything else. Innocent incompetence. I'll come back to it. There might be a chance that I need something more. I'm still developing these ideas, of course. So Goofy can slightly innocent incompetence can also come in a different form. So oftentimes I have to add the modifier. He's a dog. So doggy innocence. And Tom the cat is self-explanatory, and Bugs Bunny is another animal, right? So we're going to be talking about dog-specific things, and they have to be archetyped. So dog meaning more loyal innocence. Tom is not going to have innocent incompetence in which it's dog-related. And Bugs Bunny is having mischief that's kind of more about a wild animal, right? This will come into play why I chose dog, because there is innocent incompetence in like Kirby and Quasimodo. So, but they come from a different source, right? So I need at least two things to separate all this stuff. And you might be thinking, well, don't you need to know what Bugs Bunny is, Tom the cat, or Goofy? If I don't know enough, I will go watch and read about them. That's my compromise. Whatever character they chose, if Kevin chose, I don't know, what's a good Goofy thing? Groot. You could probably make an argument for Groot, for Groot. Groot is close enough. Then I will go and characterize Groot. It doesn't matter to me what they decide to choose because I'm agnostic to it. As in, whatever they pick, I will make it work. If you're someone like Wanikani and you found out that they chose Bugs Bunny and you're like, I've never watched the Looney Tunes. This is garbage. I'm going to rewrite it. It's like, go ahead and rewrite it. That's why Wanikani takes a risk. If you think there's a better one, like for example, Boo could be Majin Buu, right? Majin Buu from DBZ. Go for it. But know that you're writing all that stuff, and you can easily shift it out because the system is modular. It's agnostic. Wanikani, you can't do anything like that because then it will just be everywhere. Like you don't know where it goes. You don't know what you're replacing. You can't really adjust it very well. Like for Tom, which is two, which is not how Tom works, right? Their argument is two is not in the English sound, but it is. But that's not the point. The point is you're associating something with it that's close enough, right? So, for example, you could do like Princess Tutu. That's an anime, Princess Tutu. It's kind of an oldish classic anime. So Princess Tutu would fit in here. Right? It doesn't have to be Tom, but I just make whatever works. So, you know, that's what makes the foundation work a lot more useful. You can change things out a lot more. They're independent. There's an independence from needing to be this. In Wanikani, it has to be those things. Like rewriting Ryaku for React is so difficult. So instead, I've taken all their words and I bend them to a system that will cover all of the stuff. HanziHero, you swap it out. Just swap it out. In fact, sometimes you can swap out the character and don't change the archetype. Like if you put Boo in front of Bugs Bunny and change Elmer Fudd to Goku, you still have Mischief. It's still Mischief. So anything Majin Buu did, it's probably still okay. So all the mnemonics can still hold place while you're just thinking about a different character. Right? That's a demonstration of how bottom up it is. The stuff is interchangeable. At least in my opinion, with not that much creative finessing. I pulled Majin Buu and Princess Tutu out of my butt right now. Those were not the examples, because I didn't think of examples to replace these guys. I don't replace any of these. Let's see. Let's go and start a different whatever comes to mind. So we have Quasimodo, right? Our boy Quasimodo. And Quasimodo is Hunchback of Notre Dame, right? Or Notre Dame. And Quasimodo, I use the archetype of human curious. Because he's deprived of it. So oftentimes my mnemonics have an essence of that. Like Quan. So Quan is the trend that I'm looking for is authority. So Quasimodo entered the pawn shop where there's a gigantic bird that's on a lookout tower that is constantly dictating what Quasimodo can do. So it's more like he's deprived. He's removed of authority, and oftentimes he's in the pawn shop looking for something out of human curiosity. Like another trend would be Fist. He's in the pawn shop looking at these fun little gloves that are in the shape of a fist and some headdress that look like headgear for boxing. Chen or Fist. So he's deprived of human curiosity. And this, the reason why I'm bringing Quasimodo up is because Quasimodo then leads to Pinocchio. So Pinocchio is not necessarily deprived. He wants to be human. Much like Quasimodo. So the human curiosity. But he wants to be human as a wish, right? It's wishful thinking. So he has wishful thinking. And is also human curious. So now the difference is that from Pinocchio's standpoint, we incorporate what is the human curiosity from? He's a puppet. So oftentimes his curiosity in his mnemonic is misunderstanding human stuff because they don't do it. Like he hasn't done it. So something like, Ping, Pinocchio is going to offer a horse that's kept in the fancy English manner a heart and something else. I don't remember. A grain stalk? A heart in a grain stalk? Oh no. I think it's a heart in a grain stalk. It might be a fruit or something. But the idea is he doesn't know what real things eat. Right? He doesn't know real things eat. So the offer is there. The mnemonic belongs to Pinocchio because it's a curiosity out of human interaction. Right? That deals with puppetry or being not a living thing, whereas Quasimodo is a living thing. And there's more. Now we go into Bigfoot. Bigfoot is also a bit deprived, right? I put Bigfoot in the deprived situation, but he comes from escaping hunt, like being hunted. So a lot of his scenarios deal with him being like in a bad situation, like being held in captivity or being ordered to do things, or also not understanding things. So there's still human curiosity. There's still human curiousness. Like drinking hot sauce. Hot sauce is Bigfoot's thing. The idea is though he's always doing something to escape being hunted or being deployed. One of the characters I dropped recently was B. B is wall, and you have dirt. You have dirt and hot sauce. He was drinking some hot sauce, and he's like, "Oh, this is good stuff." So he's gonna barricade himself by making a dirt wall in the bathroom of the house he found hot sauce in. So he's protecting himself from being hunted, and he's still curious about human things like hot sauce, or trying to blend in to not get hunted, like making shoes with hair, human hair. That's actually another mnemonic. So those three overlap quite a bit. However, they have now enough nuances so that I can identify the thing. Now we're gonna pivot a little bit. So Bigfoot can pivot to Shrek, because Shrek is kind of big, right? A bit grumpy, right? Sorry, I'm looking at my notation. So we have Shrek. So Shrek is an ogre and green, right? And oftentimes he's kind of a brute forcer. But he can appreciate valor. Right? Valor and honor situation. Like kind of a grumpy, like you mind your business, I mind my business thing. And that's where Shrek comes in. The reason why I added valor, honor, or like, because there's a lot of things that deal with glory, knighthood, sacredness, esteem, and then there's also force, show of force, and being caught up in things, right? So we can play on these. I needed these three because there's the Hulk, which he is brute forcey and green, but the Hulk also has quote-unquote intelligence because of Bruce Banner, and he's a superhero. And oftentimes I add a meta for mutants, right? So I'm still doing one train of thought because now we got two new characters entering the field. When you say intelligence and mutants, we have Professor Xavier. So Professor X. So Professor X is a mutant and intelligent. And I add teacher to the list. Teacher and mentor. And Professor X's mnemonics often deal with instruction, permission, following, shielding, rapid things. So we added teacher and mentor to distinguish from mutant, right? Just simply relying on mutant. And we got more things. Now, if we're thinking about Professor X, we're also thinking about someone very intelligent as well. There are more intelligent characters, but they're a bit on the different side. We have Jimmy Neutron. So now we have Jimmy. He is very intelligent, but he is not a mutant, nor is he a teacher or professor. But Professor X is kind of a scientist, but more of a mutant. So we add scientist to Jimmy Neutron's thing. And scientist in a innocent, incompetent way. So you can see that there is a chance that it will also overlap with like Goofy. In fact, Shrek sometimes have incompetence as well. But it's the scientists and the intelligence that come away with it. Now, in the idea of scientists, typically that involves high-tech stuff. Then enters the picture, we have James Bond. And James Bond, and you can see that James Bond is ZH. Right? So James Bond, the thing is he's an agent, so he's always on a mission, right? He's always on a mission, which technically Jimmy Neutron can be on a mission too, right? He's on a mission and he uses high-tech stuff, which can overlap with Jimmy Neutron. But the distinguishing factor is Jimmy Neutron is an innocent child scientist, a scientist kid, versus an agent in mission. So we have to make those distinctions. Right. And when you have James Bond, you often think about possibly someone who's relatively used to detective work, right? So then that enters Sherlock. Sherlock is next. And inherently Sherlock is also mischievous. Right? But he's mischievous for detection. Detective work. I can't spell detective. Detective. So oftentimes we think about clues, which ends that line of thought, as in outside of this, there isn't another route, right? For now, at least my memory ends there. However, off Jimmy, there's also Timmy, which is Timmy Turner from Fairly Odd Parents. And Timmy, not quite smart. Maybe a little bit dull, slightly dull to contrast with Jimmy Neutron. But he wishes for things to happen, which is from dullness, not from human curiosity, because Pinocchio has wishful thinking. So does Timmy, but his wishes literally happen because they have godparents, or Timmy has godparents. So most of the thing deals with dull, kid wishfulness from godparents, right? Who am I missing? Oh, we got like the other branch of stuff, which we can branch from Hulk. So Hulk is a superhero. But we also have Superman. Right. Superman. Usually Superman, we go with whatever his properties are, like laser eyes, aliens, lots of campiness. Right. Not necessarily leaning on the superhero thing. Not necessarily. And in the realm of superheroes, we also have kind of like adjacent superheroes or adjacent things like game personalities. So we have, and fantasy. So we have fantasy couple or fantasy peeps. We have Link, which is an elf, right? And this is where this is one of the trouble pairs. So Link, we think of elf, but we're thinking about Nintendo elf. So this is usually like more lighthearted stuff. And possibly more gamery side of things. And then we have Legolas, which also an elf. And they both have swords and archery. Like they both are good with swords and archery. So I didn't list this here because the theme involves them using archery, swords and stuff like dexterity and whatnot. But this elf is more, you know, we have Lord of the Rings. And this is darker. I try to lean on darker themes. Things with consequence. Not as whimsical. So we're talking about like morals. And we do have obviously Link's maiden, Zelda, which is notorious. Zelda is easily one of my worst. So Zelda, who happens to also be an elf, but she's a princess. So we can lean on royalty. I don't actually know that much about Zelda. And she's also deprived, but she's more like a captivity deprived. So like a damsel and somewhat of a damsel in distress, like Ganon, lots of Ganon stuff. So she's often held in captivity, right? Which overlaps with Bigfoot, right? Bigfoot is always escaping being hunted, right? She's always being hunted by Ganon. We have the SpongeBob pair. Obviously, let's not forget Patrick. So Patrick, this is where Goofy starts rearing his ugly. So Patrick is dull and unhelpful. He's not innocently unhelpful. He just happens to be unhelpful, almost deliberately and intentionally unhelpful. But not intentionally unhelpful in the sense of he's malicious. He's more misunderstood. So most of his stuff is misunderstood. Then we have SpongeBob. And this one can be rough too, because SpongeBob is mischievous. And that's where it gets a little troublesome, because SpongeBob is tough. Because his characteristics are kind of taken by many overlapping things now. Mischievous lines like Patrick, Goofy, Tom, Bugs, Pinocchio, like Timmy, Jimmy, like it lines a lot of things. So what I typically do then is we have to put in like an underwater theme, like something about him being a sponge is necessary. So what about being an aquatic and like an aquatic thing, right? And also he's usually in dire straits. He's always in a dire position. So something silly, something is happening to him, which can be like Tom, right? It's starting to feel a lot like Tom, but he's not the victim of mischief. He is creating the mischief. He created the dire position. Tom is always victimized by Jerry to separate them apart. Right? I don't know how many more I got. There is, so off Superman, there's also Xena. Xena is a pretty weak one. She is a lot. So Xena, so technically she's also a princess, but she's a warrior princess. So we often talk about the idea that she's female warrior, which will bring us to our next character. She's female warrior, and we added pagan. So things have to be pagan or slightly primitive in order to differentiate her, right? And then when you hear warrior, you hear female and possibly a princess. You're thinking Mulan. So Mulan is one of them too. And she is a Disney princess. She happens to be a warrior. And female. However, now we're talking about taboo. Most of her stuff is taboo. Like cultural taboos. So she concerns herself most with cultural taboos. Who are we missing next? We have Mario. Mario is sometimes a doctor because of Dr. Mario. He's usually helping. And oftentimes, if I can, it's dealing with plumbing. Otherwise, it's Peach. It revolves around Peach or being like a gentleman, basically. Being a gentleman. And when we're talking about gentlemen, I'm pretty sure there's a gentleman in here. That isn't... Oh man, there's just so many more people. This just keeps going. I didn't realize how many we know. All right, let's not go the gentleman route yet. Let's go with Mario stuff, right? We still have Koopa. So Koopa, the Koopa Troopas, right? And they're turtles. So we rely on turtles. There really isn't another turtle character. So turtles and animal companions or animalistic things. Which then brings us our next one, which is Yoshi. So we have Yoshi as well. Which we emphasize dinosaur, and its tongue. Along with animalistic things. Like having animal friends. Anything that describes interacting with other animal things. Out of left field, there's Louis the 13th. Why? I have no. So we have Louis the 13th, which I loosely know Louis the 13th, but it doesn't have to, quote unquote, it doesn't have to be that deep. Or Louis the 14th, not 13th. Louis the 14th. We talk about what word am I? Monarchy. Monarchy. This doesn't work as well, but a French nature, because it brings us to the next person. Monarchy. And this is more about gluttony, which brings us to the next one, and it's Napoleon. I think Napoleon is just N, right? Oh no, wait. Napoleon's N. No, Naruto is NU. I think Napoleon is just... No, Ned Flanders is N. Do I even have Napoleon? Oh yeah, I do have Napoleon. It's Ni. So Napoleon. And he is also, you know, monarch-like. French. But conquering. Which brings us to our next person. And that's Julius Caesar. G. Yeah, it's always gonna be G. Julius Caesar. Now he's spelled Julius. So, Julius Caesar, who emphasizes conquering as well, but from a right now, actually, my Napoleon and my Napoleon and my Julius is kind of overlapping fairly roughly, because I need something like more of a Roman persuasion. So I think more like ancient times, are more ancient than the respective Napoleon. The Napoleon doesn't come up as much as Julius Caesar, so at the moment there's not that much conflict of interest at the moment. So Pinocchio also leans towards Pinocchio is something aligned with Rudolph. So we do have Rudolph along with Yoshi and stuff, because Rudolph is a talking animal. Different universe, but Rudolph, reindeer. Actually, that's pretty much it. Rudolph is reindeer. Sometimes dealing with like a Christmas theme, right? We throw in a Christmas theme because there isn't a Santa figure. We got some rare ones coming up, like I can think of some rare ones that kind of just doesn't fit anywhere. Hang on, let me shrink this. This is all the stuff that you're basically responsible for if you want the system to kind of work, right? And it seems like a lot, but it was really, really tiny, actually. Quite tiny. All right, in no particular order now, because I need it to naturally lean towards. So we have Naruto. So the Princess Tutu thing, sure, Naruto. which is very rare actually. Naruto is pretty rare right now. Naruto saving someone. Saving someone. Love issues. You know, being a teenager. And ninja. Pretty self-explanatory. There's also Popeye, which is very rare as well. Popeye. Popeye, sailor. Gentleman, which can overlap with quite a few people. Gentleman. Spinach. Right? Or getting buff. We have Cupid. Cupid spreading love, which is basically its defining quality. I don't think it overlaps with anything else. Spreading love or caring about people. Cupid is really hard-coded, defined. Although Cupid's character, like the Cupid stuff, it's hard to make the mnemonics about spreading love and caring about people. It's really difficult. So most of Cupid's things are tough. Like like rules, brittle, and then there's like trin. All your trins. It's kind of tough. Cupid's a rough one. We have Luke Skywalker. Luke. So Luke Skywalker. Jedi stuff. Pretty so the Jedi stuff could end up sounding like Professor X because of telekinesis, right? So oftentimes we have to add Luke Skywalker and kind of like pining, sort of pining, or solitude. Solitude is to contrast Professor X. Professor X doesn't run doesn't seek solitude most of the time. Oh boy. And then both Luke Skywalker and Professor X kind of lumps a little bit with Neo, but Neo is super rare. Like, it's one of the rare ones. These are getting to the rare ones. That's what, most of these are fairly rare. So Neo, Matrix. So he has to do like unnatural things, like turning things into things and turning things into other things, you know, bending the law of physics, which makes it so that it's distinguishable from Professor X, who moved things with his mind or read minds, and then Luke Skywalker can technically do that, mess with minds with Jedi mind trick and stuff, but he seeks solitude as opposed to, and Neo kind of seeks solitude as well. So we have Casper. Casper is actually pretty common. So Casper, I didn't go over the mischief stuff. We're not going to make Casper into a mischief character. It's more like a friendly character, right? And possibly misunderstood, which does kind of and overlap with Patrick, but Patrick is significantly not necessarily friendly, more like self-absorbed. Casper is more like the friendly ghost. Sometimes we play on the ghost thing, so it's a ghost, usually a ghost misunderstood in a friendly manner. What that leads me to, misunderstood and friendly, I'm missing one. Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown is not misunderstood, it's just misfortune. and low self-esteem. Right, everything's miserable. Good grief. We have George Costanza, the opposite. George Costanza, who is very common actually. So George Costanza is a show-offy. Show off while at the same time being clumsy. Right. Off of Pinocchio, we also have Frankenstein. Or Frankenstein's monster, technically. We're referring to as Frankenstein. So Frankenstein, so it overlaps with being green, like Shrek. It big, like Bigfoot. Mystical, like Bigfoot. And it's created by someone, like Pinocchio. So what we do is usually something like treat it like a monster. But want to be treated human. So it kind of sounds like Pinocchio. But the treat it like a monster is lining up with Bigfoot. But he's Bigfoot and Pinocchio put together. Or even behaves human. Which distinguishes him from Pinocchio, who's curious about being human and treated like human, but he doesn't necessarily behave like a human. Which brings us up to Diddy Kong. We still have Diddy Kong. Dang. Okay, so Diddy, monkey. So we can do things like tail, hanging, things that deal with being a monkey. And of course he is mischievous, which is a very common theme right now. So oftentimes it also have to do about looking up to someone. So look up to Donkey, right? Donkey Kong. Like a kind of a brother situation, a little brother situation. And then we have the two wizards. So we have Dumbledore. Which he is more of a teacher with magic and wands. And then we have Gandalf. So Gandalf is a solitary person. Solitary magic staff. So he's solitary as opposed to a teacher. Dumbledore typically interacts with something or someone. And off Dumbledore, there's also Harry, as in Harry Poppers. Harry is a student. So student means mistakes. Making mistakes with magic. And wands. George kinda overlaps in terms of the real department with Ned Flanders. As in like their story, like being human, grounded. So Ned Flanders is religion and misfortune, but combated with optimism. A pivot from Superman, maybe? Sort of. We have Zeus. Also have Zeus. And this one is more like condescending. Show off. And godly. Right. That type of condescending. As opposed to George Costanza, who fails at showing off. Okay, hold on. Let's make some space. We're actually almost there. It didn't take as long as I thought. So most of this stuff, it's the extra bullet points. Like the extra bullet points and feeling out how they are slightly different that has dramatically increased how quickly and definable everything is. It takes a blink of an eye to discern the difference between the mnemonics. And this is to create top-down. So these words that I'm doing, they encompass a lot of things at once. So I'm not here to have to identify what taboo means, or what do I think Julius Caesar is? Conquering Roman ancient. What is that? That is a top-down approach. You know it, I know it, we might not have the same idea, right? It is bias. So your idea and my idea of Julius Caesar will be different despite writing these words, right? That's kind of what I mean by top-down. This is purely top-down. We still have Mickey Mouse. And you can sort of... So I didn't play off the mouse thing, but I should do that more often. I more play off fantasy. And I mean Disney fantasy. So things like whimsical. Like James and the Giant Peach, portals, secret doors, things growing big and small, shrinking. So whimsical Mickey Mouse. And sometimes we add like agile because he's a mouse. Kind of a extra. And when I think of Mickey Mouse, there's also one other person. That's kind of whimsical that I skipped. I don't remember which one it is. That's okay. It'll come to me at some point. Oh, in terms of Mulan, there's also Tarzan. And Tarzan kind of overlaps with Bigfoot. So Tarzan, what we're doing is he's intelligent. So he's engaging in learning. So most of the stuff is like trying to do humans, which do what humans do, which is kind of like Frankenstein. But Frankenstein is as a monster. This is more of a commendable integration. So oftentimes it's viewed as a positive thing. Frankenstein is viewed as a negative thing because he's not human. He's a monster situation. And then he's not Pinocchio because Pinocchio is not trying to learn something. He's curious about humans, but he's mischievous and he doesn't relate. Tarzan is trying to be commendable and empathize whenever he's doing stuff. So uniting, lying down on the ground, that type of thing. Right? And then we have Kirby. Oof. Yeah, Kirby is a rough one. Kirby tends to be rough. What we do is eat, because Kirby eats. As much as I can, vacuum, right? He's a vacuum. Otherwise, Kirby doesn't talk. Silent hero, but doesn't talk doesn't work all the time because Link doesn't talk either. Nintendo is famous for, Nintendo is very famous with Tarsh things, but he really doesn't talk. Like Utter have the perception that he's going to say something, right? He's also tiny and often clumsy, or more like clumsy because he's hungry situation. Bart Simpson. I guess we had Ned Flanders here somewhere, yeah. So we have Bart Simpson. Malicious. There aren't too many malicious prankster. And you really don't need much more. This doesn't align with any of the characters. Bart is a malicious prankster. I think. I'm trying to figure. I'm basically figuring out on the spot if there are any overlapping things. Oh, we forgot Frodo. So Frodo, which actually doesn't overlap with Gandalf or Legolas. He actually overlaps with Charlie Brown right now. Frodo. So oftentimes Frodo is damaged. But he's not damaged from self-esteem or anything like that. He's damaged from burden. So most of the stuff he's doing is burdensome. But not in a way of misfortune, but something he takes on, right? And then there's also a little bit of mischief, right? Hobbit characterization, which mischief is probably easily the biggest category, and that can create a bit of a problem. So I'm trying to not lean too much on mischief. There's Master Chief, which is basically nothing. So no initial. Yeah, Master Chief. Master Cheeks. And a guard. He's often a guard. Xena is kind of a guard sometimes too, because she's a warrior. But he's a guard and protector. So most things is he's running towards danger. Or distress. Which doesn't characterize pretty much everything. Oh, we have Yugi. As in Yugi Moto. Card games. Cards, Shadow Realm. Ancient Times, which can somewhat overlap with Julius Caesar, but not really. Like pharaohs and whatnot. If it presents itself. Oh, I totally forgot about Kermit. Kermit would spawn from kind of Mickey sort of speak things. So Kermit the Frog has a similar archetype to Mickey. So Kermit, kind-hearted. So he's always there to help. Kind-hearted. He's a frog. So if there's anything we can do with a frog, and even that, a frog puppet. Do we have any more puppets? I mean, it could kind of overlap with Pinocchio. But kind-hearted. So he's always a yes man. I made him into a yes man. Which I feel like it's overlapping with too. Walter White. Walter White is really identifiable. Walter White, there's so many ways. The Walter White. Scheming. Crooked activities. And repent. repentance. That what that is? Repentance, yeah. Or maybe even remorseful. So we got Xena, Chucky. Chucky as in Chucky the doll. Oh, yeah. So this guy is purely malicious. But not as a prankster, as a killer. Right? A killer doll. Right? So very identifiable. Off that we have Dracula. Dracula is more like trickster. Trickster, incognito. And then obviously he's a vampire. Which kinda can go with Jedi mind trick and stuff. And I think we have one last guy. And that's Robin Hood. Which is notorious. Whoa, he is also notorious, but Robin Hood, the poor, saving the poor, right? Thief, but chivalrous thief. And the way I'm trying to illustrate this is you don't really need very specific details in order to differentiate all of these things. So I often encountered this comment where someone would say like, why would I ever use this? I don't know anything about these characters. Well, I'm not sure if the point is that you need to know intimate details about these characters. It's if you can differentiate between them on their use cases. And you want to keep it as generic. You want to keep it generic enough that you pick qualities of them that you can write almost anything about them, right? And yes, it would be great if you had an intimate connection with all of these, because when you write about it, you can be specific about it. So for me, I introduced an exchange. It's a compromise between being too specific and being specific enough so that I don't have to confuse them. So let me look at if I missed anyone. So what do we have? We have Bugs Bunny, check. Yoshi, Robin Hood, Legolas, Dracula, Zelda, Chucky, Charlie Brown, Xena, Walter White, Gandalf, Shrek, Napoleon, Kermit, Mario, Patrick, Yugi, Frodo, Master Chief, Hulk, Park, Jimmy, Kirby, Mickey, Tarzan, Harry Potter, Zeus, Sherlock, Goofy, Bigfoot, Ned Flanders, SpongeBob, Link, James Bond, Timmy Turner, Dumbledore, Diddy Kong, Frankenstein, George Costanza, Casper, Quasimodo, Tom the Cat, Neo, Professor X, Luke Skywalker, Koopa, Superman, Pinocchio, I almost said Jesus, Julius Caesar, Cupid, Mulan, Rudolph, Popeye, Naruto, and Louis the 14th. Those are all the initials, right? And what's even crazier about this is the hard part, right? Like what I mean is the other parts, the endings are very few and in between. It's substantially smaller, and then we only have 4 tones. And that's what creates the bedrock of everything. So let's go and we're almost done. Right. And my time is almost up too. So this is what I have been working on for some time. There's still a few more things to cover as well. However, let's go over quickly the locations. The locations. Yeah, so let's choose like this color. So the locations. We have the auditorium. The auditorium. And the key word for the auditorium, you usually think of the play. So like a show happening. Everything will have a show related. And this might kind of relate to the position, but I don't think the position usually have too much to do. So the tone is okay. Usually the tone characterizes the place. So we have 1 being outside of the place, right? 2 being inside the place or the main area. The 3 being the bathroom. I mean, not the bathroom, the basement. 4 being the bathroom. And 5 being the roof, which is very, very uncommon as a character assignment. So for this, outside, inside, it would deal with the play, right? Outside, they're doing something before the show. Inside, you're doing something for the show or related to the show. Basement, maybe some storage props in the auditorium for the show. Bathroom, you're taking a break from the show, right? So that's how I have simplified things instead of thinking about the characteristic of the place. A lot of time, the original, the intent was when they introduced the place, they were describing the locations. So like outside the auditorium, there might be a ticket booth. We're using high level for that, right? And inside there might be ticket counters or seats or the stage, for example, or maybe even outside is like outside in the concession stands and stuff. Basement is where all the stuff is stored, props is. And bathroom, there might be some storage closets in the bathroom too. Not know. And then like bathroom is usually where you take breaks, right? So it's often respect to attending a show or watching a show. We have the house, which is probably the most common. The house. And the house is often, you defined it by the character. That's it. Like, I don't use house as anything else. So, the house means that there's no final. So it's defined by the character. Everything is defined by the character. So they have to do something in the house that is definitively them. So it's not attached to any other location, which there aren't that many locations. We have infirmary. So the infirmary, doctors and nurses. And sometimes injury. Right. Anything dealing with doctors and nurses and injury. Doctors and nurses can be in every position. I do need to separate these in a way, like you can have to imagine that the auditorium's basement, like for example, doctors. Oh, I do have keywords for these. Outside deals with in the open. inside deals with the main purpose. Basement deals with secrecy. And bathroom deals with breaks. So if you're thinking like, okay, doctors can be everywhere, right? But if doctors are in the basement, that they're doing something secret. Like maybe hiding something, storing something away, not in plain sight. In the inside is all the main purpose of it. So an infirmary's main purpose is to treat injuries or talk to doctors and stuff. Outside would be it's in the open. So what is in the open in the doctors? Maybe like a Red Cross or a line of patients, things you can see. And then in the bathroom is like the doctors are taking a break from something, like the hard work or healing someone. So break is often mentioned. And in auditorium, it's like, oh, you're taking a break from the show. In the basement, there's a lot of storage, props, secrets. In the main purpose, you're probably watching the play or something doing with the play, the main reason. And then in the open, you're getting ready. Right, so you're getting ready for the play. Or attendees are lining up, right? We have the English manner. English manner, fancy. Fancy rich people or rich kids. So ritzy stuff, luxury items, statues. Open would be the garden, very well manicured garden, open to the public. Inside are all the main purposes, so like hosting, anything you could imagine inside a fancy, even a shed for a horse or something. And then in the basement, secrecies like old antiques, valuable jewelry, etc. Bathroom, breaks, showering, etc. And they have to be fancy in nature. You know, doctor is more like in taking a break from treatments, and show would be taking a break from the show, right? We have pawn shop. Pawn shop's kind of inconsistent. I do have an inconsistency problem with pawn shop because it kind of feels the same everywhere, and that deals with selling things. What I'm trying to do for selling things is in the front, it deals with either leaving after buying something or going to buy something. And then the main purpose inside is to buy something, so that's fine. The problem I have is between 2 and 3, which is the basement. So I think the basement, I usually think of even older stuff, like the vintage stuff. So I typically use vintage stuff for 3, and popular stuff that you're buying for 2, like trying to make it immediate. And then bathroom gets a little rough. I like bathroom, you're taking a break from buying things. That gets a little tricky. So oftentimes bathroom is a little weird for pawn shop. So that is definitely one of the weaker side of things. Oh, there are actually more locations than I thought. We have beach house. Right, beach house. Sand. Sand. Vacation. And water, like water related things. Like surfing and whatnot. Beach can be a little bit problematic too. Because a lot of the stuff can be found all over the beach house. And then the beach vacation is break. So it could be like a break outside and a break in the bathroom. So I'm still working through beach house. There are some working environments that are not great. Oh man. So arcade is pretty rare actually. Arcade games. There's not much more. Vintage, like just a game cabinets probably is what I'm gonna say. Game cabinets. It doesn't come up that often. Wow. There's, now that I'm writing it out, I've noticed that there's a lot of locations. So we have office building. Office building, supplies, like reception, right? Basically office work. So mostly work. And related to office shenanigans. So daytime things. Daytime files and whatnot, cabinets. Obligation. Which is a little different from pawn shop, which focuses on selling. We have the barn. Barn. Self-explanatory. Animals. So we typically throw in like a cow. Usually it's just a cow. We throw in a cow. Also like manure and milk buckets. Like milk jugs. I have definitely underestimated how much stuff you have to cram into the system up front. So if this seems like a lot, I wouldn't blame you. It seems like a lot at first. It takes about a month of solid, like 3 months, I would say. 3 months of solid. So we have high school. We're actually getting close to the end. High school is the one that I struggle with quite a bit. Because the high school bathroom gets really weird. And it doesn't usually, strangely enough, high school doesn't line up very much with the kids. Like Jimmy Neutron, Timmy Turner, the little guys. It usually line up with the big guys or things that don't really fit into high school. So high school has been a little bit wonky right now. And usually we try to throw in something that deals with students. Like interaction with students in some way. And that's where we go from there. Like it has something to do with students and possibly throw in teaching, which doesn't occur anywhere else. I think that's it. Let me double check. Oh no, I still got one more location. The chapel. And you probably notice that while the initials like Kirby and T don't line up, right? Most of the initials kind of line up, like Tough or Tarzan and stuff. Chapel is associated by their top down. So Angel is the why Chapel is ANG. And I is in high. So you can see that regardless if they don't line up permanently, their occurrence and their frequency is what you create the meaning, not the literalness. It would help if ideally it does, but it's not necessary. Repetition and association, in my opinion, far exceeds the case. So you could call like if you want to add an extra step and use like a BART like B, you can say it lines up, like you can call this a character that doesn't start with B. Like Dante. You can use B as Dante. If Dante comes up enough, B for Dante would end up being solidified. It's really trying to demonstrate how repetition and frequency of the foundations supersedes the association. Like, it's only B because we learned it as B. Bart is only Bart because we learned it as Bart. But the association between the two is yours to command. It's yours to use, however agnostic you are. So if you're able to abstractly know that something is just abstract and you want to associate with it, like Kirby and T, it's up here, right? So this might be a problem to a lot of people. Not for me necessarily. However, if it's frequently enough, it can be a problem. So I don't like push my luck with that. Chapel is one of them. Chapel, we usually throw in some priest. Oh, you know what? I'm missing temple. I think I skipped temple. So priest, things dealing of religious nature, right? Usually priest, specifically priest, and we typically default to like Catholicism or the imagery of Catholicism. And I'm pretty sure I missed temple. How did I miss temple? So temple is, and you can see that temple is ONG, which is for the gong in a temple. And easily recognizable now, right? So I wouldn't think of a gong in a temple, honestly. I think of something else, like a gateway or something. So temple, we do monks. And sometimes we lean on pagans. It's out of convenience, like non-Catholicism, basically. Or something outside of Catholicism. That's how the pagan thing is. And then mysticism. So things dealing with like relaxation, meditation, something that of that nature. And that's it. And you can see kind of how the position and place is it's far less than the initial. So it kind of gives you an idea of where the workload is. It's initial, then final, then the positions. So it's been in that order ever since. And after going over this stuff, this is basically for my own benefit. I went over all of them. I think I went over all of them. I went over all the sounds. And I am nearly, I would say 99. I'm like 99% confident at the moment that there aren't significant overlap. Like no significant overlap. And that's what I have been working on. Top down. I've been expanding and adding to this list until there's no significant overlap. Now there's one last thing that I need to address. And and this doesn't solve that problem, right? And one of them deals with the boon of this nature. So we covered the read section, right? This was the read section. That's the you had the person, position, location, right? I'm gonna write subject to separate them, right? And these generate the pinging, which at pinging, that story generates the meaning, right? Because the meaning ends up dealing with the components, which gives us the components, right? However, there's one thing that's missing. What about the visualization of the characters? Right? Just because you know the pinyin doesn't help you with the visualization of the characters. Like what do they look like? So this is where pinyin leads to the meaning, and it provides the characters. And the characters then can lead to the components. So for example, Slender Man and a temple, right? Slender Man and a temple equals heck. What does Slender Man and the temple lead to? Let's use something that I can understand. Sandals and temple. I'm having a what phase right now? Temple and sandals. Why did I write this? It's not time. Time is... Time is sun. Sun and temple. Slenderman and temple. I'm not entirely sure if I have Slenderman and temple. If I had to guess, Slenderman and temple. It would be, this is die, so this would probably be treat. This is time. I don't think I have Slenderman and temple. Not yet. Oh yeah, I don't have it. It's supposed to be serve. I was thinking of treat, which actually these guys could be related to each other. Treat and serve. In my head, I could do that. And then we have poem. Poem is say plus temple. So I picked one accidentally that I didn't know. So that was a little bit embarrassing. However, this illustrates the point, right? This is a good point to illustrate. Now, when you know the components, what happens is you can define the components. And then when you can define the components, you also know them in their smaller form. When you know the components, you know how to write it, because they don't arrange very unexpectedly. It's very difficult to arrange it incorrectly. Like over visually, it's like if you wrote it this way, right? It is very obvious due to the nature of seeing something. It's incredibly off-putting. So what the great thing about having your components being part of the retrieving process is that despite having only parts here. When you rearrange them in your headspace or by hand, I prefer writing. Writing has been from day one. Because of Duolingo, yes, Duolingo, I wrote a lot of my networks, right? I did a lot of network writing, webs on combining these. This is Duolingo, by the way. Doing this. You keep something consistent. This is one of their strategies to be tricky. Even make up stuff. Even if the match and stuff didn't make up a character that you know, or it's a made up character, or a character maybe is seldomly used, they would still use it as a choice. So despite not knowing what this is, like what I did here, I don't actually know what this is yet. It will still be a choice on Duolingo. So the idea is you have to think of it this way, which is what Duolingo does. So I wrote a lot. I wrote webs because you have to get used to the idea that when you're looking at these things or hearing these things, all the same things come up and all the subtly different things come up. And this is a new thing now in HanziHero. So the new thing is what on top of this, in order to expand components, right? Components is sufficient. You can do a bottom-up approach. So this is bottom-up approach. Basically, you take the components, and no matter what, if you arrange them, you will get the answer. So you're building from these blocks, and then you're getting a bigger block. So this is the top, and these are the bottom. And you can go even further to the bottom. Sometimes, this one's not a good example. Sometimes I would do a meta step. So I add meta steps as well, where you can have something like, there was a recent one. So the components are soul plus soul. And I'm going to even write it in their shapes and their positions. So in their size, soul plus... I forgot what that's supposed to be. It's you can either interpret it as a fence on the ground or a wired fence. No, wired fence has an extra stroke. So it's probably like, it could also be flowers on the ground as well, right? So this is demonstrating the flexibility of breaking things down even further. And then it has this, right? However, I can introduce a meta and combine these. This is what I'm doing to create a more top-down approach to limit this stuff. So now this is a garden, and it's not the garden like the character garden, it's the component garden. Or I can create and use two things, which this is often a sun, but I expanded this. Now sun can also mean day or even daytime. And this, and let me double check what they decided to go. I'm pretty sure those are two separate things. No, it's turf. They decided to use turf for this one. So turf plus sun and daytime reminds me of garden. So now I use garden because it's a little bit more sometimes I don't need to be this flexible. So both of these lead to the same conclusion, that is qi, which means cherish. But really, it's qi, this, it's cherish, it leads to these components. And then you can go the other direction. Why do you need the other direction? When you know this stuff, you can write it. Because writing it, when you see them broken up, it also gives you the association of different parts. And different parts can substitute. And to me, what I'm working on right now is doing exactly what Duolingo does a lot with their matching system, only I'm literally writing it in my head, where you take a principal group. So this whole thing is a group. And then you tie it with a variable. Actually, and the group is considered the constant. What classifies into a group is its constant. And then the variable changes. So now whenever I have trouble, like if I have trouble remembering something, I know it's been like 2.5 hours since the last time I talked about my step 6 routine. Why did I always kept routinely going over, oh, did I forget this? Where did I get stuck? Which way did I go? This is where the troubleshooting comes off in this meta layer. This final layer, this is my last, most recent experimentation. I can group based on a radical. I can group based on a constant radical, so this is the constant. And I can flip a variable to create new associations. So whenever I'm encoding something, so if I'm learning a lesson, I immediately can also think about associations based on variables and constants, which is what Duo does. This is Duolingo. Duolingo use this method, but they use it exposure-wise. They expose you to it and see if you notice it, which most people, in my opinion, sees it as fluff or not right answer. When most of the time, when you look at they have this like one where you have this screen and it has like 3 boxes, for example. Right, in this case, there will be 3 boxes. The boxes would be like this. A lot of times. Sometimes the boxes, they would have one where the boxes is like this. Right? And you have choices down here. And what you have to pick is you have to pick it and put them in the right position. And there might be more choices, a few more choices. And 2 of them can go in the same position as the others. So if you mix them around, there are multiple characters that could happen, right? And this would be the basis. It would be visual similarities. That's how they use visual similarities. And the same word could be reduced to a meta layer where 2 of these are combined together, so they only ask you for 2 things. And that's what I'm doing here. So here I'm condensing some of them out of convenience. So these 2 occur frequently enough where I condense them. HanziHero decided to keep them separate. I'm going to condense them. And Wanikani chooses to keep certain things apart and together. And you can substitute with the actual definition of those characters if they stood alone to use a new mnemonic if you want. So for example, if this isn't another character, but there are other situations like this character has a different definition, right? There are many characters that carry definitions, but they don't carry the component name or the radical name. Like a example would be this. This could mean lack, because it does literally mean lack as a character, or you can use a different component entirely and call it a bill, which is what HanziHero did versus Wanikani. And I use both of them to add a layer of nuance, right? In case I need to have some flexibility. So now that all the foundations are done, I can build out from here. And this other second part, Duolingo does this part too in a different way. And I already do this in Chinese because Chinese has a lot of homonyms. So on top of visual similarities, which can create stopping points, right? If all the other steps fail, you still have ability to look at visual similarities to get to the answer. Well, there's also another there's another similarity. There's sound similarities. And while standing alone as a sound similarity for Chinese, for example, right? For Chinese, or let's be a little bit more specific. For Mandarin, right? 普通话, there's a lot of homonyms. So whenever I say 想, which 想 am I talking about? Well, you don't know yet, right? But for me, since I practice sound similarities, which is another Duolingo trait, I think to myself, how many 想s do I know every time I get a 想? So whenever I get a lesson, right? I get a lesson. I didn't even talk about lessons. I only talk about my workflow for reviews. When I get a lesson, let's say it's 想. How many 想s do I already have? I have 3. Actually, I lied. I have 2. 2 at currently. Do I know those 2? I most certainly do. And they are by visual similarities. So what happened over time is that every time I read a homonym, I take the time to also think about how I could have a visual difference between them. So what are the 2 xiangs that I'm thinking of? It actually plays into Duolingo's system when they combine these 2 aspects over and over again. And that's an aspect that I feel no one at, like, so far, I know I don't meet a lot of language learners, and most of the time the language learners take a dunk on Duolingo. But the thing is, they don't even get to this part either. They don't even explain to me what Duolingo does. They just take a dunk on it. And that's perfectly fine. It doesn't hurt me at all. And it doesn't hurt them because they eventually find something that works for them. But what I was interested in is, what is the approach that Duolingo takes for characters? What they typically do is this. And it combines visual similarities and sound similarities. That's why they use a synthetic voice, because the synthetic voice is consistent, but it is also not native sounding. But it's consistent and it makes everything voiced. And using sound cues to compare to visual cues, you can line up what the 2 xiangs I'm looking for. I just did this recently as a way to make my stuff more consistent on xiang, because I kind of dropped this xiang, and these meanings are nowhere near each other. Well, they're kind of near each other. Sort of. No, not really. Just kidding. So this is auspicious, and this is, oh, wait. Yeah. This is auspicious, and this is detailed. So no, I don't have to know that they mean similar things to know that they're connected. I can see that they're connected also by their component, which is the sheep. I can interpret the other component's relationship to the sheep, and I can connect them and group them based on their sound, which happens way more in Chinese, the homonyms. Now, is this important to learn to do sentence stuff? Like if you're reading in a sentence, no, I don't think so. Like it's diminished return. No, you really don't. If you're listening to vlogs, no, not really. It's not gonna do anything. But if you're reading, maybe. like reading very carefully and slowly without a dependency. If you're not reading it for the sentence or like a complete idea or something, if you're reading for SRS, like in isolation. So there are many times where it might be fun to do it. So oftentimes let's just say a sentence happens, right? And you knew, you're like, all right, you're good, but you missed one and you missed one and you're good and you're good. And it just so happens the two characters that you're missing are the ones that determine the context of it. Then you could say, well, the sentence sucks. That's why, right? The sentence sucks. It doesn't provide anything. Well, in this case, you can determine what the meaning is without the other things. So to me, that's 2 points of failure. In fact, that's more than that's 2 points of redundancy. That's actually even more than 2 points of redundancy. Most of the time you might only need one character to figure out what the other character is with the context of these. And in fact, all these characters have relationship with each other in Chinese. So most of the characters have at least 2 points of redundancy. So in one sentence, there's at least 8 points of redundancy to not understand the sentence. You would have to fail many, many times, far more. Is that important? Not really. Not for someone who wants to know the one way that works really well for them, and if they can rely on that way and hope that the other things don't come out frequently, you're fine. Why do I want to do this stuff? Because it's fun. Like, you might think, oh, well, this stuff is useless for language. It's like, well, yeah, it's useless for language. But wait till you get to video games and syntax and coding. Oh, dear me, when you get to experimental design, problem solving, most of this stuff, it's the devil's in the details. So whenever someone, this is what I mean when I hear someone who is fluent in a language and said, every word matters. Everything written matters. In order to elevate your competence, you dive deep enough that it feels like most things are significant. Not that you have to use all of it at every time. It's the mentality of being interested in the way the language interacts. It's not the same as someone saying, well, you summarize all the time and you like use associations to put in your own words. Isn't that not caring about every other word? That's for my personal use, as in when I'm encoding it, I'm encoding all of it the most I can. So if I'm unable to, I'm at least encoding something. The goal has often always been to enclose as much information as possible. So you treat the language as though everything is important. What you achieve is the most efficient way you could do it, which would not be memorizing every single word, because unless if you have an eidetic memory, good for you. I'm glad you were blessed with never having to do any of this stuff. For me, I have to do all of this stuff. This is the stuff that makes my brain function or continue to function. This is what happens when things become easier to me. In my opinion, trying to get someone to balance their budget, financially, it's nowhere it's like, for lack of a better word, it's very comfortable. Like doing taxes, timing, purchases, I mean, maybe day trading, stuff like that. This is the stuff. The way you interact and figure out relationships with each other, look at patterns and recognition. When you see something and all you think is, oh, there's no rhyme or reason. It just seems like copy paste cookie pasta. Like there's no thought behind it. It's like humans don't, at least the last time I checked, when a product exists and millions of people are doing it, not those millions of people would understand how it works. It's more the people who designed it. So if you're trying to be like, if you're trying to sound like you're some competent person and you trivialize other people's systems without being able to explain why it's trivialized or why you're trivializing it, I think the only person that is seen foolish or incompetent is the person saying it. And for me, when it comes to Duolingo, 9 out of 10 times, I rarely ever hear anything about how they interpret what's the point of this. And what's the point of it? It's the point to state that if you're asking me, what do I do in my head? A lot of times, I actually do this a lot of times. I do this before Duolingo. I didn't do this with language. I did this with variables. When you're thinking about the relationship, like combinatory relationships. So if you can't solve a problem, right? For example, you have a problem A, and you have one method, B. How many ways can you solve this? Or how many ways can you go approach this? You can start with A, which is your problem, and then you think that you have choice B, which is your solution. Right? So there's only one way to do this. Only one way. I just now talked this. This was during my WaniKani session, and I was talking to Mika. This is the way that I was presented. One way. There's a problem, and you solved it one way. So then, what's another way to help the person? Or like suggest an alternative perspective. I didn't choose my perspective. What I did was I took the solution, I negated the solution, and went backwards to A. That's two ways with the information you have. Because what is and is not are two things. And what if it's not a problem? What if A is not a problem and it had something to do with B? B being the problem. So B is the problem and A is the solution. It still exists with the idea that A and B still exist. That's three ways to look at it. Right? And remember that it can go forward and backwards. So that's 4 ways. So how many ways can you look at B and the relationship between A and B? Definitely more than one. But if you're someone who thinks that it's always one way and one directional, I rest my case on how Duolingo does things. If there's only one answer here, then you understand what I'm talking about thinking about it in one way. When I was interacting with this, I actually, like, my favorite parts were chuckling at all the other examples. Like when I was pulling answers into Duolingo's box, I was actually kind of laughing about all the other examples because all the other examples can actually fit in there, but they don't fit in there for the very purpose. Duolingo makes it really obvious what the answer is, but all the other ones you can make new answers from. They are taking the place of certain things. Like, there are 2 nouns, 2 adjectives, and 2 subjects in a choice. So that means all of them can form sentences, but there's only one sentence choice. Do you see that? You might not, because all you're interested in is in the right answer. You're not interested in how the right answer is the right answer. And here it's really funny because I often laugh when I get something wrong because I actually produced a different character. And sometimes the character is a homonym. And that's hilarious because when the tides align, Duolingo has choices where it produces a homonym with different characters. And how does that help me appreciate kanji? It's amazing that you have Hanzi and kanji, where if you combine visual and sound, it can't be the same. That to me is an awesome Chinese and Japanese. For me, I only know Chinese and Japanese. Like, I'm only studying Chinese and Japanese. That's a Chinese and Japanese thing that's pretty cool, that is not English and not Spanish. And that's pretty neat. I think that's super neat. So my connections with sound and visuals are not dependent on sentences yet. But in the future, if I start leaning on sentences, I have all of this also as my crutch or my safety net, right? And I will certainly, for the future, be emphatic about creating tricky things. Oftentimes when people talk about like tricky things, so the 1 out of 10, right? The 1 out of 10 time when someone is knowledgeable, they often give me an example that tells me it's really tricky, right? Oh, it's big, it's complex, right? It's big, it's complex. And they often refer to it as tricky because there are a lot of parts, right? There are a lot of parts. You can get them mixed up, you can get them reorganized. And my thought is, I don't know how to tell them, but if you understand the relationship of your components with the organization of a character, plus writing is a bonus, and you organize it in your head in a way, the character could have like 15 radicals for all I care. You're going to be able to arrange it. Because the person who says things are tricky are arranging the knowledge in a different manner. So they will no longer think it's tricky if they are arranging it in that way. So for me, character recognition is also a great meta tool to develop how you form associations within a character. It's not necessary. You're not gonna need it. I mean, most people don't even, like the most common comment I have a lot of times is, why do you write? We're gonna type most of the things anyways. It's like, well, I enjoy writing, right? So why not? And if they wanted a functional excuse for writing and looking at different components, here's my take. So this is meta. All of this is my meta stuff that I'm working on. Duolingo taught me one thing that I really enjoy, and it's that I love the similarity charts categorization based on sound similarities and visual similarities. Meaning similarities is just the surface. So my meta grouping tends to be all of the above. We do meaning grouping. So meaning relations, right? These are meta relations. Meaning, sound, and visual at the minimum. And then story eventually comes along if and when I start writing things. And then we have drawing, which is not the same as visual, because visual is referring to the character, not the abstract drawings. So these end up, and then we have the other meta, which is order. But HanziHero does really well with order. Wanikani doesn't. Wanikani is terrible with order. So order deals with routine. like the foundations. So I'm adding some foundations to Wanikani at the moment. And I'm developing stories, which is the mnemonic construction. And this is my bread and butter from Duolingo. To make it 99% accurate, like legitimately from Total Recall, I created webs that associate meaning, sound, and visuals, which, by the way, things like Anki, Wanikani, and HanziHero, they do these for you. You can click on a character and say, oh, it looks similar to this. Oh, it looks similar to that. And then sometimes it doesn't cover everything. So most people would ask, oh, can you allow us to add, oh, this meaning is actually kind of close to this meaning. So you can customize it. And then sounds, and you hope that you display them. You're doing meta grouping, meta relations. And those individuals who do that end up memorizing most of those things. Because when they learn one, they learn the other. Every time xiang is going to come up in the future, this xiang is also part of the memory pool. So how do you make it seem like you're remembering one thing, but you're actually remembering 5 things? Chunking. Chunking is one of the aspects of grouping, right? You can chunk data together, and then you only unpack them when they become relevant. And practicing them every once in a while help refresh them, but you don't have to practice them more often over time. You practice them less often over time, because the stuff you're doing also triggers them. And that, to me, is how you maintain your memory. So maintain applications, right? And this is, I think this covers everything. Oh, and one last thing, which I had started doing more, is component expansion. So component expansion is, now that things are settled and pretty good, I can expand things. So like, for example, this used to be mouth. Now it's talk. It's like, well, how do you differentiate between this talk and like something related to this, or this can also mean say, and then something related to this, because this means say, but this means say in the terms of words. So they are different, right? Because it's not just say. It has to line up with mouth and talk, which it doesn't. It lines up with word. So then on most of the components, if they're too restrictive, I can pivot, because I have enough resolution to do that. So now mnemonics are even faster, and they're even more flexible. And I prioritize context more than the restriction. And where do I do this? Like, say is in 2 different places, but there's also talk and word to distinguish them. I already did this right here. Right here. This screen right here. All the characters used to kind of sound the same. After you expand enough and you talk about Jimmy Neutron enough, write enough categories like Hulk and stuff, what happens if they start overlapping? I only have to add one more thing to distinguish them. Not a lot of things to distinguish them. One more thing. And then they can contract again when it's not an important thing. The thing that I wanted to highlight here is when someone went to make a card, I often think of that they're the ones that don't, like, it's their first time making memory aid or working with mnemonic systems and whatnot. They tend to think in the reverse. They want to make everything identifiably different. So then you increasingly, so what I see here, all this stuff, right? If every single one of these lines mean a different thing, that is nearly 3 times the volume. So if you're gonna go and make a mnemonic system, like you were doing a Anki deck, and you're immediately making something new every single time there's an entry, it means every entry is gonna end up slightly unique from another entry, but it's gonna be unique in that you need to remember all of it to remember the difference, right? Here, what I see is half the volume. In fact, it is more like a fourth of the volume, because all of these things are used like on average 20 times over. So if you wanted to create a mnemonic based on the characters alone, like you go on a character and you want to create one mnemonic for that character, I would not be able to finish writing all of them today. Like I would have to write 1,000 over 1,000. Oh, sorry. How much were we at? I have to write close to 2,000 characters. Now, if you're, you know, to Mika's concern, if it was 50-50, I would have to write at least 1,000 mnemonics, separate mnemonics on an Anki deck. That to me sounds like, if you do it, I'm impressed. I'm very impressed, because I would not go about doing it that way. I would try to cut down as much work, which is what most people tend to do. But it's funny that when they go to make an experimental system or a system with foundations, the one approach that they go about is to treat everything as an exception. So then you're basically learning English. I'm kidding about the English thing. But sometimes learning English feels like that. Like legitimately you need an entry for every single word, because every single word seems like it doesn't overlap with another word, right? The elegance of a mnemonic system is that you're trying to reduce the workload. You're trying to get a higher return. Now, hear me out. That doesn't mean it's not going to work. If you wrote a mnemonic for every single, like, so I have 1,953 characters. If you started an Anki deck and you wrote a unique mnemonic for every single one of them, you are more likely, like all the ones that you have trouble with, right? Like 50-50. That's what Mika was talking to me. So the 1,000, roughly 1,000 characters that you write a mnemonic for, you are going to likely remember at least half of them from simply writing the mnemonic or creating the mnemonic. So no longer, so the moment you created the deck, you're actually remembering 75% of the things. And then the other 25%, you're going to find out like, oh, those are kind of helpful. So doing things, sorting things will become obvious when you can groom them, refine them, in my opinion, if you trust your intuitions. I like to give most people the benefit of the doubt that they will see redundancy and either embrace them or not. Usually, I would say I tend to find if I can catch up with the foundations, then I expand. So I start with what I know and what I can do to the fidelity that I can do it, and then I move on. And then, like, what I mean is I move on with that in mind and build on top of it. I think most people want it to be perfect or be useful right from the start. You can't know if it's useful if you haven't done it yet. And yes, on paper, you could say, oh, it all makes sense. And then when you do it, not all of it may make sense, right? You need to refine and iterate. So how do you refine and iterate when your mindset is, oh, I'm going to start off doing it perfectly. So then in another year, I'll never change it. I'll just continue to do this. to me, that is someone who capped their own growth. It's one of the biggest, like, there's something that I feel, okay, I'm gonna personally give away my motivation for doing all this. There's one thing that I'm not worried that I'm gonna run out of opportunities to talk about, and that's the process. The process rarely runs out, because right now I feel like with every passing day, there's more and more people who know less about or rely or even use process-oriented thinking, despite the rise in computer science, because even computer science is being eroded by a lack of process-oriented thinking. Vibe coding, right? AI generated vibe coding. That removes the process of troubleshooting and iterating and refining. It removes a lot of steps of setup, planning, and then how to compromise between planning and having fail safes and checks and checks and balances. Generally speaking, it's rare to come across someone who thinks that, oh, I have enough to start and I know I'm going to change it later, but I'm not going to abandon the thing I started. I know that this is a good working place. It's a good foundation. We built on it, right? There's no way I can ever anticipate the usefulness of the thing I'm creating because I have no experience creating it in the first place. So if you're working for yourself, like if you're gonna tell me that you don't care about other people's things, don't care about other people's content, don't care and ignore all the things, and you're gonna go create it yourself, it's great that you're doing that, because I typically encourage the person to create something. Eventually, it allows them to generate the appreciation that they can see in other people's work or in their own work. Hopefully, not in that order. Hopefully, they can appreciate the work that they have done and notice that when they start doing it, it rarely ever comes out the thing you intended. Because with that experience, your goalpost changes. New problems come up. New problems lead to new solutions. And the product, in my opinion, usually come out better than the product that you originally had in mind, if and only if you have chosen to understand the process. It always comes out the same or worse if you only think the goal is the only thing that's capable of. So if you're going in and you have no process-oriented thinking, the best case scenario is the ideal thing that's going to come out at the end that you've already planned for. So say you go in 5 years and say you're going to become a doctor. If you achieve that, then you're either going to become a doctor or you fail. Those are the only outcomes. So if you become a doctor, good for you. I hope that was a great way for you to maximize your potential. Because what I might have thought is, not only are you going to become a doctor, you are also going to become a scientist. And unfortunately for you, you decided that the only possible outcome is something you determined 5 years ago, and that it will never change because you're growing and learning during those 5 years. I can earnestly tell you that to me is why someone would come at me and say, Duolingo is garbage. My friends spent 3 years using Duolingo and they can't even remember 10% of what they learned. In fact, they might have learned even less. What was your friend doing? Do you know? Can you explain it? First of all, I usually apologize. Sorry that happened with your friends. Maybe your friend wasn't encouraged by other people to try to elevate and evolve their understanding from Duolingo. Use Duolingo as an inspiration or practice for its needs, and then use that as an inspiration for other things. it's funny because you're their friend and you say you're fluent and you can't even describe what they were doing wrong, and you're their friends, so you didn't even help them along the way. So somehow you just waited for your friend to fail to prove you right. Makes me kind of question what type of friend you are, but that's besides the point. You didn't explain anything about why Duolingo failed your friend. You didn't explain how your friend interacts with Duolingo. You didn't explain what they extract from Duolingo. Do you even talk to your friend? Because in order for that to happen, and you let your friend go for 3 years, and you're like fluent and you're gonna say like, I wish I could tell them so, but they didn't listen to me. It's like, that doesn't sound right. I don't think things check out that way. At least in my opinion. That sounds like someone who has a chip to pick with a betrayal, and they're projecting themselves. And that is what I'm going to expect the moment I start on something else, and the day counter is going to go back to 1. I personally think I'm ready for it, because the second time I do it, the third time, the fourth time I do it, when I reset that counter, those individuals will not be expecting the tour de force that I will be sharing if they want. Because I'm not only going to go over the stuff, I'm going to go over the stuff in a different way, right? How do I keep my vocabulary up? How do I keep my characters up? Engage in another thing that causes me to look at the characters again. If I'm not talking to someone in Japanese and I don't have a Japanese friend, I can still be doing other things that make me want to interact with Japanese and Chinese and look at it in a different way. The more ways I can look at it, the more incentives and ways I can use it when the time comes. So if someone wants to talk about SRS, it's not, let me illustrate a conversation topic. Someone says, oh, hey, yeah, I use Anki. It's like, oh, I don't use Anki. SRS is trash. Conversation ends. Oh, I use Duolingo. Oh, Duolingo is trash. It's like, I like language learning, but you're trash. That's the end. That to me is what closed learning, limited capped people sound like. And I'm being generous. They don't really actually say trash. They kind of drop it harder than that. They kind of say like, well, if you're okay with never ever learning a language and spending the rest of your life feeling like garbage, then yeah, continue using Duolingo. I mean, I'm using someone else's words, so it might sound like it's harsh. It would sound harsh to someone that they think is vulnerable to their critiques, like your whole life is dependent on Duolingo or something. But it doesn't. I don't depend on Duolingo. In fact, I don't even depend on their advice. I mean, it's good to know that that's how people feel about Duolingo somehow. I don't think the anger was directed towards me, but more the idea that Duolingo exists. And I feel the same for HanziHero, Wanikani, Anki. There's going to be someone who tried to project it, right? The question is, can you convince them? Or can you extract the information that they find useful, spin it in a way that can be useful to you, but they didn't offer anything? And then you do it, and maybe even do it differently and better than them. But they wouldn't need to know about it, because it benefits you. So whenever someone says the thing I'm doing or the thing I'm using is garbage, I want to know why it's garbage. And then I want to know because I want to make sure that I've already understand the nature of that garbage. And if I do understand the nature of that garbage, I already did something about it. Like if someone says, oh man, Duolingo doesn't teach grammar. I'm like, I'm on that. I already, the moment they said that, it's like, yeah, that's because I get grammar from somewhere else. It's pretty obvious by Duolingo's design that they don't focus on grammar. They even made a statement about how grammar is secondary to the exposure of memorable patterns in sentences by doing. So when you come up to me and say, oh yeah, Duolingo is garbage because it doesn't teach you grammar, and then another person comes up and say, oh, grammar is not everything, you should listen to native stuff, and another person says, oh, immersion only, man, you shouldn't even be using English. Like, yeah, I'm doing all of them all at once. You just don't see me doing them because I do them at different times. Like, all of them have valid arguments, and the one thing they fail to explain is how they're doing those things. But at least they provide enough information for me so that I can take advantage of it. I'm not losing. I only have things to gain. Them, they might feel, I don't know, they feel like they lost if they don't convince me to do something that they want to do. Like, someone asked me to read on Stephen Krashen. I did. Were they around to hear about it? No, they weren't. But it was pretty informative to me. Now I can add Stephen Krashen to the list of talking topics, right? I get to learn things. I don't waste my time having people tell me that I can't learn something. I can learn most things from most things, even from trolley arguments. Instead of spending time learning how to prevent someone from learning, perhaps, in my opinion, respectfully, learning yourself could lead to a better management of your own anger, right? I don't see how I could draw so much hate when I was using a app that's among many apps that I use. And it's crazy to say that when I publish this stuff, right? When I talk about this stuff, how it's not too deep, it's not that deep situation comes up, or like no one cares. And like, well, you don't have to watch it, right? Duolingo sucks, you don't have to use it. I'm using Duolingo, and then you're telling me Duolingo sucks, but you can't even answer how I'm using Duolingo, right? Do you know that the way you're using Duolingo is the same as the way I'm using Duolingo? Probably not, because that person only have the attention span of 2 minutes to get their word across and then leave, right? I have 4 hours. If you want me to explain this again in a way that maybe is approachable, you know, these steps that's approachable, all of this stuff that I'm doing from memory, I would be happy to at any time. You can, I hope you do this. Explain your reasoning to me. Like, I would love to hear a 4-hour in-depth evaluation. I mean, I had someone recently tell me, and I think we have like a respectful communication in the whole process. Someone told me that Duolingo didn't work and it's only good for 2 weeks because they only used it for 2 weeks. And I think it was very fair for me to say, well, yes, if Duolingo is only useful for 2 weeks because you only have use for 2 weeks, that is a reasonable argument. If it's less than 2 weeks, then I'm curious. Explain it to me. Right? Because I didn't use Duolingo for 2 weeks. And at day 300, I was still doing different things when I was using Duolingo. For all of Duolingo's deficiencies, I found that I must do something on top of it. Duolingo is a resource. So is Wanikani, and so is any other, like, you are a resource. Talking to another person is a resource. Do you often take advice from someone and then you take it face value and then execute it and then feel betrayed when it doesn't work? I just described like 60 to 70 people. I would say more than 50% of people who are upset and got hustled by someone. But the thing is, part of the experience is the user experience. So if you think that somehow everything always works ideally, like someone tells you, use my product, you'll learn Japanese in 1 year, I would like to see their stats, and I would love to see it being true because I want to be part of it. If I can get someone who would like wager their integrity, their professional integrity on that and give me a money back guarantee that in 1 year's time I can sue them for messing up the guarantee, I'm ready for that. Meanwhile, though, I think a substantial number of people who use that as a FOMO or a grievance or a grift, you come by and say like, hey, my tool, it's the best tool ever. I found the magical solution to being fluent. It's like, oh, so you're fluent, huh? Can you explain it? Like, well, yeah, I use tool A, B, and C. That didn't explain to me what tool A, B, and C does. So are you trying to tell me that you vibed the things and it just happens to work? So if you vibe the things, how do you know it's going to work for me? I don't know if any of this is even important. I actually said no, most of these things are not important to the people I'm talking to, or the people who might be interested in this stuff. I think 1 out of 100 people will find any of this stuff interesting. At least that's my data so far. I've been doing this for 2 years, and I would say 2 people tops maybe might be interested in this, but executing this stuff, I don't expect people to execute this stuff. You're supposed to come up with your own version of this. The thought is, are you putting thought into the way you're learning? Because it shouldn't look like this. It should look, maybe the principles might be similar, but your own version is what is important. And then you compare and contrast. Trying to mirror someone's life is like also assuming all your life experiences are the same too. Like, how could you possibly assume most of this if you're only learning Japanese, for example? Or even not Asian American, for example. I've made all these disclaimers on day 0, right? Day 1, technically. Day 1, and then every 100 days, I've updated my perspective on things. My perspective now is substantially different. I'd like to believe it's substantially different from 100 days ago. And it's far more concise now. Like, I actually feel like I could write something in less time. But I'm also I'm still going to double down on taking the effort to continue pushing forward. If you need a 10-minute TLDR, I can kind of do it. I think after 300 days and maybe 5,000 hours, I can possibly do a TLDR. I wouldn't be comfortable with it. You know, now I'm getting those questions, like someone asked me, do you recommend this? Or do you recommend what it is? I can at least point you and tell you what it does do. And then you have to allow me to collect data from you. Like, you have to tell me about you. I think one of the things that give away someone immediately about their critical thinking skills and problem solving skills is if they ask a question and find it reasonable that recommendations can be made when there's no mutual exchange knowledge. Like, I think it takes a really bold person who really trusts their products and experience, maybe like 30, 40 years of experience, to have the professional integrity. At least for me, I would need to be doing this for like 5 more years or longer to ever feel comfortable in making a blanketed statement for recommendations. So to that end, I kind of want to end this segment, right? I kind of want to end this segment and a great day 300. I'm pretty much on time. It's about 4 hours. A great 300 to welcome, right? Welcome anyone to come here, come on by, let me ask questions, because in another 5 years, if I continue to do this and maybe scrape ideas from people and see people, maybe get a slightly larger audience in the future, which is it's looking like the paintings are on the wall because of something else that's happening. But I would be able to collect more data. I would grow with more experience. So despite, you know, being at the university level and talking to undergrads a lot and working at the college level in science, I lack experience with language learning. All this might seem a little complicated, but I think this is like amateur. It's an amateur level. I've only done this for two years, right? And I've only done two things, Duolingo and SRS. How could this stuff be anything compared to what I'm going to be like in another 3 years? And that is how I view things. So I can give you the best answer today, but I'm always seeking more. So if you're asking me a question, I will try to answer it to the best of my ability, but I will also try to learn from you, because being able to answer the question also presents an opportunity to learn about the problems or the perceived solutions that another person make. So I welcome and I like to hope to encourage other people that if I'm solving a problem and you're asking me a question, I also want to ask you a question and see if you can solve my problem or like interact with my problem. Because to me, that means we both win and we both share something. And an investment in sharing is a learning opportunity that's transformative. Sharing without feedback and exchange, I maybe you're lucky enough to be like someone who has the visionary of millions of people. It's fair enough. I rarely ever feel that. I rely on other people. So with that, I'm gonna end this section. That's the end of the 300-day tentative take of HanziHero. If you're gonna watch this later, dear me, I would be very surprised. If you're gonna watch this later, or maybe skim around, one day it's gonna be YouTube shorted, so we'll see. Thank you, right? 谢谢, right? 感谢, 感谢. As always, you can follow along if you want, or maybe watch the 100-day reviews. That's definitely better than watching 500 hours of me gallivanting and yapping with strangers about mental health and habit formation. So you're more than welcome to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. There's a 100 character trial-ish. Let me know what you think. We can exchange ideas, exchange yap sessions, right? Share stories, try to keep each other motivated as much as possible, and constantly thinking and problem solving. The first problem is not the last. And that is a wonderful thing in my opinion, because when you solve the first one, you can go right ahead and solve the second one, then the third one, then the fourth one. And one day I see a problem and my first thought is, how do we solve it? So in the spirit of that, you're more than welcome. Until next time, 大家下次见. 感谢观看, right? Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. We still have to study every day, so we're gonna keep doing it. So take care, stay safe, stay happy, study responsibly, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.